Only the cultivator who spat out blood after being punched by Xianxia remained in the skies above the swamp, staring ahead blankly. The changes that took place in front of him were so sudden that he could not understand what was going on. He didn't even manage to see what it was that had attacked from under the water. By the time he realized what was going on, his companion and the other man were gone. Only bubbles remained, emerging from underwater to burst at the surface of the swamp. It was absolutely terrifying. Without even bothering to think twice, he immediately turned around and fled. How could he even think about rescuing the others? He had just seen a whip-like object piercing through his junior brother's chest. Furthermore, his companion had been dragged into the swamp. It was almost certain that his junior brother was dead by now. They might be fellow brothers, but even a husband and wife would escape separately in the face of great danger. What was abandoning a junior brother under such dangerous circumstances? It was only natural that protecting his own life took precedence. He had only just turned around when he heard a loud explosion coming from behind him. Turning around in shock, he saw a humanoid figure flashing out from under the swamp water at the speed of lightning. That person was dripping wet and his hair was a clumped mess. Even so, he immediately recognized that person as the man he and his junior brother had tried to ambush just now. Hong! A huge spout of water erupted from the place where that man came out of the water. Droplets filled the sky, falling down like torrential rain. Following closely behind that person, a huge figure leaped out of the depths of the swamp and landed heavily on the surface. It cast a dense shadow over the water, obscuring the two humanoid figures. A toad! The cultivator raised his head to look, the word toad flashing through his mind. It was not until this moment that he finally got a good look at the perpetrator's true appearance. It turned out to be a large toad with bumpy warts all over its body and a pair of eyes that nearly bulged out of their sockets. Awe-inspiring monster chi exuded from its body, and it was easy to see that this toad was not a creature to be trifled with. When he realized he had been watched by this large toad during the time he and his junior brother had been secretly lying in ambush, he couldn't help feeling a tingle of fear crawling across his scalp. At least he knew what that whip-like object was now. It was obviously the tongue that came flicking out of the toad's mouth. 10 meters above the ground, Xianxia wiped the mud away from his face and secretly cursed his bad luck. He never imagined that such a monster beast would be hidden beneath the swamp. When he detected the hidden trace of vitality beneath the swamp earlier, he had simply assumed that it was a third person in this group of ambushers. It wasn't until this incident occurred that he realized he was mistaken. The first young man who launched a sneak attack on him earlier was gone. It was most likely that the young man had been eaten by this toad. At this moment, the monster beast was staring at him with bulging eyes. Its gaze never left him as its lower jaw expanded and contracted, making a rumbling sound. Xianxia was just about to check which order this monster beast was when the evil beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large water ball. The water ball burst with a loud bang. Following that, a thick and dense fog covered the entire surroundings in a flash. Xianxia's entire vision was filled with white in an instant, and he could not see anything. Even his divine sense was obstructed and could only stretch out approximately 15 meters around him. Pain spread out across the surface of his body as if burned by fire. It was also accompanied by a strange hissing sound. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. This fog was truly impressive. Not only did it have the effects of obstructing both his sight and divine sense, but it was also highly caustic. The poison was so strong that Xianxia had never seen a match for it before. If ordinary cultivators fell into such an environment, only death would await them. It was fortunate that he had a powerful dragon clan bloodline and half-dragon body, so Xianxia had a natural resistance to poison. The poison in this fog might be powerful, but it was not enough to kill him. It would only cause him some external injuries at most. With his restorative abilities, he would recover quickly once he was outside the range of this fog. Not far away came the screams of the other cultivator from earlier. The screams were filled with great agony as though suffering from horrible injuries. Judging by how the screams kept shifting around, he was probably searching for a way out. "Don't move!" Xianxia shouted quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sound of a mighty wind slicing through the air rang out, and that cultivator's screams turned into a muffled groan. "Help!" A cry for help resounded through the air, fluctuating erratically due to the rapid movement of his body. He only managed to shout for help once before he went completely silent. Xianxia could not see anything, but he could imagine what had happened to that person. That person must have been caught and delivered into that toad's mouth, suffering the same fate that befell his companion. This is a fifth-order monster beast at the very least. Xianxia quickly made a judgment in his heart. The cultivators that could enter the blood monster cave heaven were not generally weak, and if they were weak, then it would only mean that they had very good luck. Otherwise, they could not have managed to secure an entrance for themselves. Even so, the two cultivators from earlier were killed by the toad in an instant. Launching a sneak attack might have helped somewhat, but a fourth-order monster beast could not have killed a peak Emperor Realm cultivator in one move. Xianxia stood motionlessly in place and waited for a while, but the toad made no movements either. Mulling over the situation, he had the feeling that this toad retained its wild instincts even though it was a high-order beast. Hence, it turned a blind eye to any stationary targets because it could only hunt with great accuracy when its target moved. This logic was in line with the previous 2 times it attacked. After considering all this, Xianxia could not be bothered to waste more time in this place. He immediately began to sway his body. He had only just begun moving when the soft sound of something slicing through the air came from the depths of the fog. Immediately after that, he felt something tightening around his body as though he had been caught by a whip. It was followed by a powerful pull that tried to drag him in that direction. Xianxia was waiting for this very moment. Thus, he immediately broke out into a grin and reached out both hands to grab the thing that was binding him. The slippery feeling was extremely disgusting as there was no need to think to know that it was the toad's tongue. His hands transformed into dragon claw. Gripping the tongue firmly, his body abruptly sank downward as he shouted, "Come up!" An overwhelming force poured out of his hands as he grabbed the toad by the tongue and forcibly threw it up into the air. At the same time, he silently surged the fire element power in his Dao seal. A layer of black flames covered his entire body. Burned by the golden crow's true fire, the toad's tongue involuntarily loosened its grip. The moment the restraints binding him disappeared, Xianxia released his grip and threw the toad away. Standing still, he cocked his ear to the side and listened attentively. He soon heard the sound of something being sliced into pieces. These sounds were immediately followed by the sounds of large objects falling into the swamp with loud splashes. Done! He dusted off his hands and quietly stood there waiting. A short while later, the fog in the swamp slowly dissipated and his vision returned to normal. He looked in the direction of the sounds. He heard towards the end and saw pieces of a corpse scattered all across the swamp. The incisions on the corpse were precise and crimson-red blood dyed the ground red. The direction in which he threw the toad was where the void cracks were distributed. Those void cracks were something even he was reluctant to touch, let alone the toad. Its huge body had passed through several of those void cracks. The only ending for the toad was to be sliced into pieces, thereby losing its life in an instant. Xianxia waved his hands in front of him to disperse the fog that still lingered before walking in that direction and lowering his head to examine the pieces of the corpse. He soon found 2 human corpses that were so badly corroded that they were no longer human-shaped. He was secretly rendered speechless. It had not been long since these 2 people were devoured by the toad, and yet they were already in such a state. It could be seen just how corrosive the acid in the stomach of this toad was. These 2 men had been lying in ambush in this place, hoping to earn some money from the dead. Who could have known that they would end up in the stomach of this monster beast? Could be said that they got what they deserved. After retrieving the space rings belonging to these 2 people, Xianxia got to work and finally found the toad's monster core. As expected, it was in the 5th order. Moreover, it was a water element monster core. The energy contained within the monster core was extremely pure and singular, which was perfectly suitable for a cultivator to refine and use. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was certainly impressive. The method to cultivate and modify these monster beasts was absolutely invaluable. It could guarantee every single monster beast would have a monster core that could be transformed into an open heaven material. If one could obtain this method, it would not be long before their great force rose to power and prosperity. It was uncertain whether this method was included in Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, but if it was, the value of the inheritance would greatly increase. This was the first 5th order monster core that Xianxia received so far. so he carefully put it away. However, he was in no hurry to leave. On the contrary, he carefully searched his surroundings until he found a certain spot. After that, his figure sank and disappeared into the swamp. He had discovered something interesting when the toad dragged him into the water just now. It was just that he was attacked without warning and did not dare to take his enemy lightly until he could figure out his strength. Therefore, it stood to reason that he would investigate the area carefully now that the fight was over. There was poison in the water. Moreover, it was even stronger than the poison in the fog. It was obvious that the toad monster beast had been living in this place for countless years. During that time, the toxins in its body must have merged with the nearby water source and caused this phenomenon. Xianxia activated his dragon source and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, instantly making him feel much more comfortable. After sinking to a depth of several dozen meters, Xianxia came to a halt. Although the muddy water was turbid and his visibility was poor, he could clearly perceive his surroundings with his divine sense. There was an area in front of him that was several tens of meters wide. More importantly, the area was filled with a dense and pure water element power. The water element power was so dense that it condensed into a fog, occupying a small space underwater that was incompatible with the turbid and dark muddy waters in the surroundings. Xianxia slipped into the fog and took a sniff. What entered his nose was a faint but clean scent. This was most likely the hiding place of the toad monster beast. It had probably relied on this dense water element power to become a fifth-order monster beast. If a cultivator were to refine and absorb the dense water element power in this place, they would definitely be able to condense a fifth-order power. It was no different from refining fifth-order materials. This place was one of the cultivation paradises scattered across the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that he had heard so many stories about. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. After the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, this place experienced the baptism of countless years. The yin, yang, and 5 element powers in this cave heaven were divided and transformed as a result. Eventually, they gathered and accumulated in numerous areas within the cave heaven to form cultivation paradises. That was why it was not a must for cultivators to slay monster beasts for benefits when they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. They could achieve the same results if they could find a cultivation paradise that was suitable for their cultivation use. If any other cultivator came to this place, they could only choose to cultivate and refine the water element power. However, Xianxia had the sealed world bead. He could transfer this cultivation paradise into the small sealed world and transfer it out again when he returned to Voidland. By doing so, Voidland's disciples could use this cultivation paradise for their cultivation. To make a comparison, it was like going to an inn for dinner. The others could only dine in, so they were limited as to how much food they could eat. Xianxia, on the other hand, could choose to either dine in and take away. This ability naturally had its own advantages. When Xianxia emerged from the swamp again, he had already transferred the cultivation paradise that contained the water element power into the small sealed world. He turned around to look at the corpse of the fifth-order monster beast and secretly thanked the heavens for his luck. That monster beast was not weak in any way, otherwise it could not have killed 2 peak Emperor Realm cultivators in the blink of an eye. He might have been able to defeat the monster beast if it really came down to a frontal fight, but it would have taken him quite a lot of effort. By taking advantage of the void cracks in this place, Xianxia swiftly slaughtered the monster beast and saved himself a lot of time and trouble. According to his estimation, the strength displayed by a fifth-order monster beast was almost equivalent to the strength of a half-step open heaven realm master. Fortunately, the singular attribute of the monster cores of the monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven made them easier targets. Take the toad monster beast, for example. It had a water element core, so it was naturally weaker to fire element power. The reason Xianxia used the Golden Crow's True Fire in his Dao Seal was out of this consideration. Although such a monster beast had a weakness that was easy to target, a fifth-order monster beast was still equivalent to a half-step open heaven realm master in terms of raw strength. Most Emperor Realm Masters would be in danger if they encountered a fifth-order monster beast. If that was the case for a fifth-order monster beast, then what about a sixth-order monster beast? Wouldn't a sixth-order monster beast be equivalent to a low-rank open heaven realm master in strength? This information was in line with his understanding and knowledge. After all, he had used the 6th Order Yuan magnetic divine light to fight low-rank open heaven realm master. The power of the 6th Order Yuan magnetic divine light was great. So many low-rank open heaven realm masters would have a hard time blocking its attack. What about a 7th Order monster beast, which should be much stronger? Wouldn't a 7th Order monster beast be equivalent to a mid-rank open heaven realm master in strength? Xianxia was secretly alarmed by the prospect. Not too long ago, he had wanted to find a 7th Order monster beast in order to slay it for its monster core. Looking at the current situation, though, he might have no choice but to turn tail and flee if he encountered a 7th Order monster beast. There was no point thinking about such possibilities at the moment. It was true that 7th Order monster beasts existed in this place, but they were not something that could be found so easily. If he really were to run into a 7th Order monster beast, then he could only react as the situation called for. He took out the space rings from those 2 people earlier and checked the contents. Both of them were extremely poor, with only a couple hundred open heaven pills between them, as well as some random trinkets that Xianxia turned his nose up at. Looking at the situation, it had not been long since they arrived in this place. It was a pity that they died before they could even make a fortune from the assets of the dead. What a tragedy! Xianxia did not mourn their deaths. They should have been mentally prepared to be killed when they entered the blood monster cave heaven. Just as he was about to put their space rings away, though, his expression changed drastically as he took out a piece of animal skin from one of the space rings. It was easy to tell that the animal skin was very old at a glance. In addition, there were jumbled patterns drawn closely together on the animal skin. It was just that many spots on the animal skin were blurry and hard to read after countless years of wear and tear. At first, he could not understand what was drawn on the animal skin. However, he seemed to remember something a short while later. Hurriedly taking out the jade slip the proprietress had given to him, he split his divine sense into 2 parts. He immersed one part of his divine sense into the jade slip to study its contents, and used the other part of his divine sense to pay close attention to the patterns on the animal skin. Sometime later, he revealed a look of astonishment. A map. What was recorded on this animal skin turned out to be a worn-out and incomplete map. Moreover, it was a map of a certain area inside the blood monster cave heaven. It was only because part of this animal skin map was relatively consistent with the map recorded in the jade slip that he could identify it. That was not to say that the animal skin map was more comprehensive. On the contrary, the map in the jade slip given by the proprietress was much more complete. It was a map purchased through auction from Red Cloud's auction house after all. This map was compiled from all the experiences of countless cultivators exploring the blood monster cave heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the animal skin map contained additional locations that were not recorded in the jade slip map, although there were parts in both maps that overlapped with each other. Holding the animal skin map in hand, Xianxia fell into deep contemplation. The 100 copies of the blood monster cave heaven map that Red Cloud's auction house sold off might not have been complete, but it was enough to provide the cultivators with an idea of their position and bearings. Xianxia was also not so naive that he would believe Red Cloud's auction house publicized this secret information out of kindness. After all, a relatively complete map could bring about huge and unimaginable benefits in a place like this. Red Cloud's cave heaven, who was the actual figure behind the Red Cloud's auction house, would definitely have a more complete map in their possession. That was their biggest trump card after all. The only information they could disclose to the public would be information on places where they had thoroughly explored and deemed to be of little value. It was not just Red Cloud's auction house, of course. All the other cave heavens, paradises, and even the second-class great forces would have their own respective maps compiled from information and experiences over the years. It was hard to say who had a more comprehensive map or who had a more valuable map. That logic applied even to the map in Xianxia's hands. He was certain that this was not an exact copy of the map obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. The proprietress would have definitely added some information of her own into this map. After all, she herself had been to the blood monster cave heaven in the past. Xianxia did not know to which great force those 2 who died just now belonged. This animal skin map could also have been an accidental acquisition by one of the 2, which would explain why it had accumulated such ancient aura. There was a certain location on the animal skin map that had been circled and was very eye-catching. Generally speaking, Places that were marked with such great emphasis would surely contain some sort of treasure. Just looking at that spot on the map made Yang Kai's heart itch with anticipation. When he compared the two maps, he discovered that the circled location on the map would take several days of travel to reach. He would first need to pass through the areas where the two maps overlapped. Still, Yang Kai put away the animal skin map for now. He was in no hurry to make a decision. It would not be too late to decide once he arrived at the location. Raising his head, he looked at the swamp in front of him and did not choose to take a detour. The first reason was that it would consume more time if he wanted to bypass this region, and the second reason was that this place was the best battlefield for him even though there were void cracks all over the place. If he were ambushed by another monster beast like the toad monster beast earlier, he could make use of the void cracks to slaughter it for its monster core. Not to mention, it would not take much effort on his part. Thus, Yang Kai spread his divine sense into the surroundings, then headed towards the depths of the swamp at a high speed. There certainly were quite a few void cracks in this damn place, but fortunately, he was proficient in the Tao of space. He was also staying vigilant at all times, so he generally detected the void cracks in advance and smoothly avoided them. Contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter any other monster beasts. It would seem that this place was also an extremely dangerous place to the monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Thus, they were reluctant to step foot here lightly. Even the toad had only been living at the edge of the swamp. Since there were no monster beasts, Yang Kai focused only on traveling and quickly crossed most of the swamp. All of a sudden, Yang Kai heard a person's voice coming towards him. "Friend, please wait. The road ahead is dangerous." Yang Kai immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. A group of 5 was standing above the swamp more than a dozen kilometers away. All of them were dressed in full armor and carried weapons in hand. Although there were only 5 of them, their aura was so overwhelming that they gave off the impression of a mighty army. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that this method of dressing was very familiar. Raising his brow, he recalled the name of a certain great force. His figure flashed and he arrived in front of those 5 people in a matter of moments as he tentatively asked, "Great Battle Heaven?" Only the disciples of Great Battle Heaven would dress in this manner. It was only his guess, but he became more confident of his guess when he got closer. That was because all 5 of them gave off a chilling iron-blooded air. That was an aura that could only be acquired over the years if one lived under permanent military discipline. Furthermore, Great Battle Heaven was the only great force in the entire 3,000 worlds that was governed and managed by the iron law of an army. Any military order that was issued could not be disobeyed. Thousand Birds Territory's Star City was governed by Great Battle Heaven, so Yang Kai had seen a few Great Battle Heaven disciples at the Void Dock before. These people were not so much cultivators as they were soldiers. These 5 people consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. They were staring at Yang Kai as though they were looking at a ghost. Shock and disbelief were written all over their eyes. Upon hearing Yang Kai's questions, the young man in the lead nodded. "That's right." Then he examined Yang Kai once more and exclaimed, "Your luck is quite good." As soon as Yang Kai heard this young man's voice, he immediately identified this person as the one who called out to him earlier. This person had thick brows and large eyes, making him look lively and spirited. The lines of his face were rigid though, giving him the feeling of an insightful but battle-tested young man. It could be seen that this person was the leader among these 5. Yang Kai smiled. "And your luck is not very good. How did you get trapped here?" He could tell at a glance that these 5 were standing motionless in this place not because they did not wish to move, but because they were stuck here. There were void cracks surrounding them in all directions. Moreover, some of the void cracks were moving about slowly and silently. These void cracks were imperceptible even with the help of divine sense. Among these 5, 3 of them were covered in blood, making it obvious that they were injured by these void cracks. The young leader shook his head in response. "It's difficult to explain. Let's not talk about this for now. How should I address you?" "Yang Kai." The young man was visibly taken aback by Yang Kai's answer. "You are Yang Kai?" The 4 people behind him also looked surprised and glanced at Yang Kai curiously. Similarly, Yang Kai was stunned. "Do you know me?" Then he immediately understood the reason. "Of course. You've probably heard of me." He most likely caught the attention of many cave heavens and paradises after the battle in Thousand Birds Territory Star City's Azura Arena. First, there was the warning given by the man in charge of the Azura Arena. Then there was the recruitment offer from Senior Brother Gua from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Seeing as both Azura Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven had noticed his existence, it was not surprising that the great force in charge of Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Great Battle Heaven, had also heard about him. The young leader did not deny the statement. He simply cupped his fists and said, "So it is Brother Yang. I apologize for my disrespect. This one is Bu Lianzhong." "You're too polite, Brother Bu." Yang Kai nodded. Bu Lianzhong pointed at the 4 people behind him and introduced them to Yang Kai. After that he solemnly said, "Brother Yang, this one has a request." Yang Kai gestured. "Please speak freely, Brother Bu." Earlier, Bu Lianzhong had shouted a warning to him after seeing him traveling at high speed, so it was obvious that this person was good-natured. Yang Kai had always believed in the philosophy of mutual respect, so he would not show enmity to a person who showed him kindness. Nevertheless, he would not agree to a request easily until he knew what kind of help the other party wanted from him. Bu Lianzhong explained, "We are trapped in this place and I'm afraid things will not end well for us. Brother Yang, when you leave here, please head to the governor's mansion in Thousand Birds Star City and report our deaths to Governor Yi." The governor in charge of Thousand Birds Star City, Yi Tianxiong, was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even Yang Kai knew of him. There was no denying that Thousand Birds Territory Star City was a large one. Therefore, only a master as capable as Yi Tianxiong could manage it. After all, he would not have been able to control the situation in the Star City if he was not strong enough. Yang Kai was wondering what kind of help Bu Lianzhong would request of him, but he hadn't anticipated such a request. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Brother Bu, you can tell that to Governor Yi yourself, but I don't think he will believe you." Bu Lianzhong frowned. "Brother Yang, it's just a small effort on your part. It won't take up much of your time. Since it won't harm your interests, why refuse my request?" The other 4 people were also looking at Yang Kai, frowning. Yang Kai knew that they had misunderstood him, but he could not be bothered to explain himself. Instead, his figure flashed as he passed through the area surrounded by the void cracks and came to stand before Bu Lianzhong. Bu Lianzhong was startled, involuntarily taking a few steps back as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. "Why? Why did you come in?" The few of them had been trapped inside this space for a long time now. It was not as if they had not tried to escape from this place, it was just that they could not determine which path was safe. 3 of them had been injured after several attempts to escape and they ended up unable to move from their current spot. On the contrary, Yang Kai had entered this place with so little effort. It was almost as though the void cracks trapping them here did not exist. Isn't his luck a little too good? To their knowledge, this person had traveled across the swamp without encountering any danger. And just now, he even slipped into this highly dangerous place so easily. It was a miracle how he managed to survive until now. Yang Kai smiled and said nothing. He simply pushed his strength to wrap up the 5 of them. Before Bu Lianzhong and the others could react, Yang Kai's figure flickered again and he escaped from the area surrounded by the void cracks together with the others. "Brother Bu, it's best if you report to the governor yourselves." He nodded at Bu Lianzhong. Bu Lianzhong and the others were stunned. They quickly looked around their surroundings and confirmed that they were no longer standing in the same spot as before. Rather, they had left that place by several kilometers. Only now did they reveal expressions of surprise and joy. A realization struck Bu Lianzhong as he turned to Yang Kai in astonishment. "Brother Yang, can you see those void cracks? Could it be that you cultivate the Tao of space?" Yang Kai replied reservedly, "I know a little something." Bu Lianzhong was extremely impressed. Yang Kai had brought him and his fellow brothers and sister out of that place so easily. That was far beyond the level of knowing a little something. It definitely required a high level of attainment in the Tao of space, so he quickly understood. It's not luck that allowed him to safely travel through the swamp. There was simply no danger to him in the first place. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." He cupped his fist solemnly, with the 4 people behind him following suit. "It was nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "This swamp is extremely dangerous and there are hidden dangers everywhere." Strangely enough, the map did not mark this place as hazardous. He had the map bought from Red Cloud's auction house in his possession. Likewise, Great Battle Heaven's disciples would definitely have a superior version of it. That map not only indicated various routes but also various dangers and opportunities. These were the results of countless cultivators exploring this place throughout the ages. It was just that the map in Xianxia's hand had only indicated the location of the swamp. There were no warnings about the dangers hidden in this area. Thus, he guessed that the map owned by Great Battle Heaven disciples were similar. Otherwise, they would not have ended up in this situation. Bu Lianzhong explained, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is unstable, so the situation inside sometimes changes. This place was probably safe 200 years ago. These changes must have occurred recently, which is why the dangers were not marked on the map. Brother Yang, although maps are useful, you should not trust them completely. We have already learned our lesson. Please be careful in the future." Yang Kai understood. "You're right, Brother Bu." Turning to look at Bu Lianzhong, he asked, "Where were you trying to go?" Bu Lianzhong pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai smiled. "It looks like we are heading in the same direction. Let's go together then." After saying that, he took the lead. Bu Lianzhong and the others exchanged glances with each other before hurriedly following after him. Since Yang Kai could bring them out of that place surrounded by void cracks so easily, it should not be difficult for him to bring them out of the swamp. It was only natural that they did not wish to pass up on this opportunity. It was hard to tell whether Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally on the reticent side, but along the way, Bu Lianzhong and the four others barely spoke. Even if they occasionally made conversation, it was because Yang Kai was the first to bring up a topic. After a casual conversation, Yang Kai learned that these five had entered the swamp from another direction. They had not encountered any dangers at the beginning, and by the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late for them to turn back. If not for their luck in meeting Yang Kai, they would most likely have lost their lives in the swamp. Even though they did not say much, the gratitude in their hearts was overflowing beyond words. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives. Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally taught to be straightforward and upright. They would always repay the kindness they received and return the grudges they were given. Despite having 5 people in tow, Yang Kai's speed did not decrease in the slightest, and they managed to leave the swamp after traveling for half a day. Bu Lianzhong and the others exhaled fiercely, finally feeling relieved. The feeling of not being in control of their own lives was simply awful. They never wanted to experience something like this again. "We're now out of danger, so we'll be parting ways here." Yang Kai cupped his fist to Bu Lianzhong and the others. He had only brought them out of the swamp since they were going the same way. Hunting for treasure was better done alone after all. In that way, he could monopolize anything he found. Bu Lianzhong returned the gesture. "We 5 will never forget the kindness you showed us today, Brother Yang. We will definitely repay this favor in the future." Pausing for a moment, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn as he continued. "Brother Yang, please be careful. Don't trust others easily." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to those words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly heard a cry for help coming from afar. Moreover, it was getting closer. Everybody hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see 2 figures speeding in this direction like bolts of lightning. One was chasing while the other was fleeing. The person in the back continuously blasted out fierce attacks, causing the person in front to jump left and right to avoid those attacks. The person who was being chased had probably noticed the presence of Yang Kai and the others, so he rushed in their direction while shouting for help. It only took a few breaths for him to arrive in their vicinity while his complexion was extremely pale. Staggering to the ground, he hurriedly begged, "Senior brothers, please save me." Yang Kai, Bu Lianzhong, and the others simply looked at him calmly. They neither promised to help nor refused to. The main reason was that they did not know anything about this person nor what kind of grievances this person had with the other party. Therefore, it was not their place to interfere. Be that as it may, the cultivator chasing after this person faltered and came to a stop when he saw this person landing in front of Yang Kai and the others. He glanced in this direction from afar and seemed to recognize the origins of the Great Battle Heaven disciples. Coldly snorting, he turned and left. The Great Battle Heaven disciples were dressed so distinctively that it was difficult not to recognize them. With the reputation of one of the 36 cave heavens behind them, nobody would willingly come into conflict with them. When the cultivator who asked for help earlier saw his pursuer leaving quickly, he finally let out a breath of relief. He slumped to the ground tiredly as though all the energy in his body had been drained. His face was filled with lingering fears. After a while, he finally struggled to his feet and cupped his fist at Yang Kai and the others. "Many thanks, senior brothers." Bu Lianzhong replied, "No need. We didn't do anything." That person shook his head and said, "Although senior brothers did not act, this junior brother still knows that he only survived because of you. If I had not happened to meet you here, that person would not have given up so easily." Bu Lianzhong waved his hand dismissively. "Since you survived, you should get a good rest. The blood monster cave heaven is a dangerous place. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to do anything in your current state." That person's expression darkened at those words as he smiled bitterly. "You're right, senior brother. I will go and search for a place to treat my wounds. Before I leave, I want to tell you something." Somebody located about an hour's travel in that direction found Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. Many people have gathered there to compete for it. If you are interested, you should go and check it out. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance? The expressions of Yang Kai, Bu Lianzhong, and the others stiffened at those words. That person explained, "That's what they said. I don't know if it's true. I was just watching from the side when that guy suddenly tried to kill me. It's probably because he was afraid that the news might leak out and attract more people to investigate." Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong exchanged a glance with each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. If this person's words were true, then a huge treasure had appeared. One that would definitely cause a reign of terror in the blood monster cave heaven. That person continued, "I don't know much about the situation there. You can check it out if you are interested, senior brothers. This junior brother will take his leave first." He bowed after saying that and swiftly left upon deciding a direction. Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong watched as that person gradually vanished out of sight. Then, Bu Lianzhong asked, "What do you think, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai licked his lips. "If there's a possibility of it being Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, then we should go and check it out. If he could obtain the 7th order materials that he needed there, then his trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be complete." It didn't matter even if that person had been lying. It was only an hour away after all. Bu Lianzhong nodded. "I think so too. It was impossible to resist the temptation with such a huge prize dangling in front of them." Having come to a decision, they did not hesitate and immediately headed in the direction that man pointed earlier. After going forward for a little less than an hour, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. He turned to Bu Lianzhong and asked, "Brother Bu, do you notice anything?" Similarly, Bu Lianzhong had a serious expression on his face as he responded, "The smell of blood." Yang Kai nodded. He could also smell the scent of blood. However, this bloody scent gave him a strange feeling. It did not smell like when somebody was killed. Moreover, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger the further forward they went. It almost felt as though the world energy itself was infused with blood. A short time later, the group of 6 came to an abrupt halt and stared ahead blankly. In front of them was a huge blood-colored lake that spanned a diameter of a dozen or so kilometers. The lake water was crimson, as though it was made from fresh blood. The surface of the lake was strangely calm. There was not the slightest ripple in sight. Everybody couldn't help feeling a little disturbed by the sight. It felt like countless ghosts and corpses would emerge from within the lake at any moment. Currently, at least a few hundred people had gathered by the shore of the blood lake. They were either standing in groups of 3 to 5 or standing alone. Many people were scattered around the edges of the lake, staring at its center. Even more people were gathered in front of a large stone monument and looking up at something. Yang Kai looked up and saw a palace standing in the center of the lake. Thus, he couldn't help but wonder, could that be the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Is that where Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is hidden? But that can't be right. According to the rumors, Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was indeed hidden in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Be that as it may, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was said to be located in the deepest depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible for it to appear in this place. Regardless of whether blood monster divine monarch's inheritance was hidden in this palace, there must be something precious inside a place like this. Therefore, countless cultivators were eagerly looking forward to the opportunity to explore. Many cultivators were gathered around the stele by the side of the blood-colored lake. Even more cultivators were rushing over from all directions, probably having heard about the news here. Otherwise, they noticed the strange movements here by chance. Aside from that, Xianxia also noticed that there were 3 small islands in the lake. Each island was separated by a distance of a couple thousand meters. They were located between the palace in the middle of the lake and the shore of the lake. In other words, one could use these 3 small islands as a foothold in order to reach the palace in the middle of the lake. It was just that nobody was trying to head towards the palace in the middle of the lake, even though many people were gathered around the shore. Most of them were gathered around the stele. Some stood with their hands behind their backs while others sat cross-legged on the ground. There were also some who were randomly shaking and swaying their heads. It was unknown what they were trying to do. Ha 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 ha! The blood monster divine palace. A loud burst of laughter rang out. A burly figure rushed over from afar and charged towards the palace in the middle of the lake without hesitation. While doing so, he arrogantly yelled, "Blood monster divine monarch's inheritance is mine. Get out of my way." Xianxia turned to look in that direction and saw the cultivator charging across the blood-colored lake. The cultivator was heading for the first island that was nearest to the shore. Before he could fly very far though, a huge wave suddenly rose up from the blood-colored lake, which had seemed like a pool of undisturbed and stagnant water all this time, before coming crashing down on him. He let out a furious roar and immediately surged his strength in defense. Splendid colors lit up around his body and a violent power fluctuation spread out. It was clear that he was a half-step open heaven realm master who had condensed the fifth-order elements. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Thus, his heritage was quite impressive. Given enough time, he would surely become a powerful individual as long as he did not die along the way. However, the burly cultivator was completely powerless to resist the blood-colored wave. The wave crashed down on him, swiftly dissolving the layer of defense around his body like snow under the scorching sun. His defenses didn't even last for a breath. Turning pale with fright, he didn't have the time to do anything else before he was showered from head to toe in blood water. After encountering such a sudden change, how could he not know that he had activated some sort of restriction with his rash actions? For a moment, cold sweat drenched his entire body. He stood in place and did not dare to move. The wave subsided and the blood-colored lake returned to its peaceful state. It was almost as if the scene just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Ha ha ha! I'm fine. That person laughed heartily once more. That was because he turned out to be completely unscathed even after waiting for some time. He initially thought that he had activated some sort of restriction previously and assumed that he was going to die. Turned out that he had simply been overthinking things. Fool! Somebody by the shore looked at the burly cultivator coldly with an expression of scorn and ridicule. Xianxia also found the situation strange. That burly cultivator had been doused in the blood water, so how could he come out unscathed? Just as he was mulling over this question, he heard that burly cultivator's voice again. The restriction in this place has fallen into disrepair. It lost its effects a long time ago, and yet you guys are being so cautious. How laughable. Just you wait. I'm going to get the divine monarch's inheritance. After saying that, he rushed towards the small island in the middle of the island again. He had just made his move when a burst of exclamations rang out among the people along the shore of the lake. Some women even looked horrified. They covered their red lips with their hands, staring ahead with widened eyes as though they were watching something extremely horrifying. Likewise, Xianxia also narrowed his eyes and stared in shock at the burly cultivator who was charging across the surface of the lake. As that burly cultivator continued to charge forward, pieces of his flesh began to peel off and fall into the lake. In the blink of an eye, his head had turned into a fleshless skull. All the flesh on his body was gone too. His wide robes covered his body, making flapping sounds with every step he took. Even so, he seemed completely oblivious to the fact and continued to charge forward. It was a chilling sight to behold. A short while later, the burly cultivator who was turned into a skeleton finally fell apart. He collapsed straight into the blood lake and was swallowed up silently. The surface of the lake was so calm that it was almost as if nothing had happened just now. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th-order open heaven realm master. Even if the restrictions he placed when he was alive had fallen into disrepair, how can just any stray cat or dog ignore them? The cultivator, who called the burly cultivator a fool just now, sneered coldly. It was obvious that it was not his first time seeing this situation. Somebody else must have died in this blood lake earlier. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many people to be so indifferent towards the palace in the middle of the lake despite gathering in this place. Xianxia turned to look in that direction and his eyes involuntarily narrowed all of a sudden. That was because he discovered that the speaker was brimming with demon chi. He couldn't help thinking that it felt very familiar. After giving it some serious thought, he realized that he had felt this feeling from Great Demon God before. Is this person from Myriad Demons Heaven? Xianxia mulled over the possibility. Based on what he knew, there was a high probability that Great Demon God Mo Sheng had originated from Myriad Demons Heaven. Seeming to notice Xianxia's gaze, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple turned around and grinned fiercely. What are you looking at, boy? Are you courting death? Xianxia smiled slightly and looked away calmly. It was not that he was afraid of the other party, but that he was too lazy to be caught up in a conflict now. Contrary to expectations, the other party was unrelenting. He studied Xianxia with a measuring gaze and revealed a look of interest. With a shift of his body, he appeared within 10 meters of Xianxia as he rubbed his chin and said, "Brat, I realize that you resemble somebody a lot." Xianxia turned to look at the other party and asked faintly, "Senior brother, how may I help you?" The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple observed Xianxia carefully and nodded repeatedly. "I knew it! It's you." When he said the last word, the demon chi in his body churned violently. He raised a hand and slammed his palm down on Xianxia. Sixth-order elements surged in the palm of his hand, turning into a swirling vortex that tried to drag Xianxia into the depths and strangle him to death. Xianxia was just about to counter the attack when Bu Lianzhong and the 4 others activated their powers at the same time and charged out from behind him. The auras of these 5 people connected tightly to form a peculiar formation in an instant. Then, the power of these 5 gathered around Bu Lianzhong's body. Bu Lianzhong raised a hand to counter the attack. With a boom, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple's demon chi was shaken, and he was pushed back several steps. On the other hand, Bu Lianzhong and the others gave a muffled grunt and retreated. This fight was evenly matched. It was just that Bu Lianzhong had borrowed the might of that formation to gather the power of all 5 of them. Meanwhile, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple was all alone. It could be seen that the strength of Bu Lianzhong and the others was far inferior to this Myriad Demons Heaven disciple. Great Battle Heaven? The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple glanced at Bu Lianzhong and the others coldly. "Are you courting death? How dare you intervene in my affairs? If you dare make another move, I will kill you along with him." Bu Lianzhong quickly said, "I have long heard that the disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven are extremely arrogant and tend to look down on everybody else. I originally thought that those claims were an exaggeration, but it turns out to be true. You might be powerful, Senior Brother Pei, but my fellow brothers and I are not weak either if we fight with our lives on the line." The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple tilted his head to the side. "Do you know me?" Bu Lianzhong said seriously. "Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven." "Senior Brother Pei, you are so famous, how can I not recognize you?" His words might seem like he was answering the question, but he was actually explaining this person's origins to Xianxia. Pei Wenxian grinned, showing off his fangs. He looked at Bu Lianzhong with approval. "You can recognize me, yet you still dare to say such words to me. The people of Great Battle Heaven are courageous indeed. But you're dreaming if you think you can stop me with your abilities. It might work if it were your eldest senior brother instead. Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Bu Lianzhong and the others were Great Battle Heaven disciples. It would not have mattered if he had killed them in secret, as long as the secret was not leaked. However, there were so many eyes watching in this place. It would be troublesome if he killed them here. After all, Great Battle Heaven was not to be trifled with. "What if you include me?" A soft and gentle voice rang out. It was accompanied by a delightful fragrance that tickled the nose. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. The person who arrived had an extremely graceful image. Her appearance was exquisite and captivating. Her twin peaks were also so generous that it drew many people's attention. Her dark hair was tied behind her head with a red ribbon, and her beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. Her every frown and smile gave off an amorous attraction. It was as though this woman was a flower in full bloom. Extremely eye-catching. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed in their hearts, "What a seductive woman!" Their eyes were fixed relentlessly on this woman like leeches biting into flesh. They secretly swallowed nervously. As a result, many male cultivators were pinched hard by their junior sisters. They involuntarily grunted in pain and shifted their eyes away in embarrassment. Clutching the small hands of their junior sisters, they apologized profusely. "Senior Sister Chu?" Yang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected to meet an acquaintance in this place. Many people had certainly entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time. The entire 3,000 worlds had been involved in this event, so it was only natural for the people he was acquainted with to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as well. It was just that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was simply too large, so the possibility of running into them was simply too minuscule. Who would have known that he would meet one of them so quickly? Chu Huashang of Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai's memory of this woman was still quite fresh in his mind. She was the one and only woman who could clearly and eloquently discuss the matters of Inyang Union cultivation with him. Moreover, she did so with a straight and serious expression. She truly was a woman with a firm Tao heart. Although Su Yan had performed Inyang Union cultivation with him countless times, she had never discussed this aspect with him before. She was a woman who would blush if he so much as spoke affectionately to her. So how could she possibly discuss Inyang Union cultivation with him? Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian's gaze turned cold. He did not recognize Bu Lianzhong and the others because they were not at his level, even though their strength was not bad. However, that was not the case with Chu Huashang. Ever since she came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and became Inyang Cave Heaven core disciple, she had become quite famous in her own right. It could be said that her future achievements would not be inferior to his. "Senior Brother Pei." Chu Huashang bowed elegantly. "It has been years since we last met. I see you are still as arrogant as ever." He coldly snorted as his gaze shifted between Yang Kai and her before he asked, "Do you know who he is? Why are you so anxious to stand up for him?" She smiled. "I've known junior brother Yang for more than 10 years now. Of course, I know who he is." He couldn't help scoffing at those words. Then, he seemed to recall something and grinned. "Interesting. How interesting. I see that Inyang Cave Heaven is playing these tricks again. But you better watch him carefully if you want to protect him. I'm not the only one who wants to kill him." She smiled in response and thought to herself, this fool has never seen how powerful Yang Kai is. That's the only reason why he dares to boast so shamelessly. Unlike the others, she had accompanied Yang Kai for some time inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Therefore, she had a deep understanding of how strong he was. Despite originating from one of the 36 cave heavens, even she was confident there was no one in the 3,000 worlds beneath the open heaven realm who could be his opponent. Even Pei Wenxian would not survive for long against him. "Forget it. This is boring." Pei Wenxian glared for a while. Then, he flicked his sleeves in annoyance and strode towards the steel. "You can play by yourselves. I won't accompany you." When Chu Huashang saw him leaving, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. If that guy did not give up, he would have suffered great humiliation today. At the same time, it would be very troublesome if Yang Kai killed him. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The look in her eyes seemed to speak volumes, revealing a trace of pleasant surprise, as her voice was as soft and gentle as ever. "Junior brother Yang, it truly is a small world. I never expected to meet you here." Yang Kai bowed. "It has been many years since we last met, but your noble bearing remains the same, senior sister. Many thanks for resolving that conflict just now." Chu Huashang giggled happily with her hand over her mouth. "If anyone should thank me, it isn't you. That bastard should be the one showing his gratitude." She then waved her hand dismissively and continued, "Let's not talk about that. Why are you with the people from Great Battle Heaven? She glanced curiously at Bu Lianzhong and the others, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Bu Lianzhong stepped forward to reply, "We owe senior brother Yang our lives. We were stuck in a desperate situation and senior brother Yang came to our rescue." After listening to his explanation, she was struck by understanding. "I see. But you don't need to worry about it too much. Junior brother Yang has always been a righteous man. He has saved the lives of many in the past. I've also received his life-saving grace. Since I have nothing to repay him for his favor though, I was just thinking about promising myself to him." Back then, Xianxia used the small sealed world to bring all the surviving bearers out of the grand ancient ruins boundary at the last moment. If not for that, they would each have had to suffer the wrath of their divine spirits when they eventually lost the spirit-seizing war. At least half of them would have died in the process. Bu Lianzhong and the others looked at each other, and were surprised to learn that even Chu Huashang from Yinyang Cave Heaven had been saved by Yang Kai before. On the other hand, Yang Kai nearly choked for a moment when he heard her saying that she wanted to promise herself to him. This woman is truly daring to say such things. Outwardly, he couldn't help laughing. "Senior sister, please don't joke around like that." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and laughed gently, looking extremely charming as she did so. Bu Lianzhong and the others came from Great Battle Heaven, so they all had calm and steady temperaments. Even so, they nearly fell into a daze at the sight. Eldest senior brother was right. All the women from Yinyang Cave Heaven are indeed walking catastrophes. "Senior sister Chu, what is going on here? Why are there so many people gathered in this place? What is that palace in the middle of the lake?" Yang Kai changed the subject to prevent this woman from saying anything crazy again. Chu Huashang composed her expression and replied, "The palace in the middle of the lake probably contains a part of blood monster divine monarch's inheritance." Yang Kai and the others stiffened at those words and could barely believe their ears. Is it really the inheritance? They had first heard about this from a random cultivator, but that person couldn't be sure either. Now that even Chu Huashang was saying the same thing, it might actually be true. Chu Huashang shook her head. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was very powerful. While he was alive, he was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming. Aside from these two, his achievements would surely include many other Taos. Although this place might contain part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, it is unknown what kind of inheritance it might be. Many people speculate that the inheritance hidden here is related to the Tao of Blood. What is the basis of their speculation? Yang Kai was puzzled. The Blood Lake is one reason. While speaking, she pointed at the steel by the shore of the lake. But the greatest reason is the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. That's the reason for their speculation. Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture? Yang Kai felt his heart trembling in anticipation. If memory served him right, that secret art was one of the main cultivation methods Blood Monster Divine Monarch used before his death. Its name was even recorded in the jade slip given to him by the proprietress. It could be said that the reason Blood Monster Divine Monarch was able to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was partly thanks to the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Bu Lianzhong exclaimed, "Senior Sister Chu, do you mean to say that the secrets to the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture are carved on that steel?" She nodded solemnly. "That's right. I was comprehending the mysteries behind it before you came." While saying so, she invited them to join her. "Let's go and check it out together." Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong exchanged a glance with each other before they immediately followed behind her and came to stand before the steel without any hesitation. There were many people crowding around the steel. It was just that this steel was very big. Even with so many people surrounding it, they could still see the steel clearly. Sure enough, there was a line of characters that seemed to be written in fresh blood at the top of the steel, which read, "Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture." Yang Kai was speechless. This was one of the main secret arts that Blood Monster Divine Monarch cultivated. People used to speculate that this secret art would be hidden within Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. It was a secret art that allowed one of their seniors to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Who would not covet it? Nonetheless, who could have expected this secret art to appear unconcealed by the side of the Blood Lake? All the people who came here could observe, emulate, and comprehend this secret art. What was Blood Monster Divine Monarch thinking? Be that as it may, the stele only had these few characters on it. There was nothing else aside from them. Suppressing the suspicions in his heart, Xianxia raised his head, focused his mind, and stared forward. An invisible force immediately seemed to pull his mind into the stele, and a bizarre image involuntarily formed in his head. The circulation paths of the secret art flashed through his mind, shocking him so much that he hastily took a few steps back. The moment he moved, his mind was released and he immediately broke free of the stele's hold. Chu Huashang's voice sounded next to his ear. The circulation method of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture is hidden within this stele. If you can comprehend this secret art thoroughly, if nothing else, you can at least obtain that. Xianxia shook his head and said doubtfully, Senior Sister Chu, this method seems to be incomplete. Although his mind had only been held by the stele for a short moment and what he saw was not much, he could sense that the knowledge contained within the stele was incomplete. Hearing this, Chu Huashang glanced at him in surprise. Junior brother, you deciphered the mystery in such a short time? You're as amazing as ever. It took me several dozen breaths to notice that. Pausing for a moment, she continued, but you're right, junior brother. The Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture recorded here is indeed incomplete. It is probably only the first segment. Unfortunately, you have to comprehend this segment carefully in order to advance towards the palace in the middle of the lake. Do you see those islands in the middle of the lake? Xianxia nodded, having noticed them as soon as he arrived. The stele was situated on the shore, while the palace was situated in the middle of the lake. On the other hand, there were 3 islands separated by a couple thousand meters each between the stele and the palace. She pointed at the first island. Only by comprehending the first chapter will you have the qualifications to set foot on the first island, and you will find the second chapter of the Bloodlight Scripture on that island. Following this logic, you still have the third chapter, the fourth chapter, and the fifth chapter. Only by combining all 5 chapters of the Bloodlight Scriptures can you truly obtain the complete version of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Only then can you obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Inheritance, the Blood Dao Secret Art. So that's how it is. Xianxia now understood. He had witnessed the peculiarity of the Blood Lake with his own eyes just now. Even if one wanted to step foot on the islands in the lake, choosing to fly was simply courting death. Fortunately, Blood Monster Divine Monarch intended to pass on his inheritance. It stood to reason that he would prepare many tests. The contents recorded in the stele was one such test. Only by comprehending the mysteries of the Blood Light Scripture could one obtain the qualification to receive this inheritance. After considering all this, Xianxia felt his heart sinking. He had never really dabbled in the Tao of blood before. Even if the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture was right in front of him, he could only look on in despair. Seeming to see through his concerns, Chu Huashang chuckled, Don't think too much about it, junior brother. I studied the secret art earlier. Although the Bloodlight Scripture is mysterious and obscure, it is not as if we don't stand a chance. Since Blood Monster Divine Monarch set up his inheritance in this place, then he must not want to see everybody going home empty-handed. You're right, senior sister. He nodded lightly. In that case, let's give it a try. In any case, I won't lose anything even if I fail. But what if I succeed? The words had only just left his mouth when he saw one of the cultivators sitting cross-legged by the stele suddenly stand up and laugh loudly. I've comprehended it. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is mine. He was speechless, uttering those words in front of so many people. That only serves to draw the people's hatred. The last person who said something similar has already lost all the flesh on his body and turned into a skeleton that was lying dead at the bottom of the blood lake. I wonder what fate this guy will face. In front of everybody's eyes, the man walked towards the lake. When he reached the shore, the space around his body abruptly shimmered. A layer of blood chi wrapped around his body, turning into a red blood mist that enveloped him. Immediately after that, he took a step forward and lightly stepped on the surface of the lake. Many people turned their gazes away. They did not dare to watch, lest they saw him being dissolved by the blood water. Strangely enough, though, he did not fall into the blood lake when he took a step forward. On the contrary, his foot stayed steadily above the surface of the lake. Then, he lifted his other foot and stood on top of the blood lake. Everybody was shocked. Meanwhile, that man let out a low chuckle. "This much is nothing." He strode forward and continued onward. Large blood-colored ripples spread out under his feet with every step that he took. But he remained completely unhurt. As he moved forward, the blood mist around his body kept squirming and wriggling. It seemed to be operating under some sort of mysterious method to form a resonance with the ripples that formed on the surface of the lake under his feet to support him as he continued to move forward. It only took him a short while to cross the distance of a few thousand meters, and he soon set foot on the first island. A burst of exclamation sounded. Everybody stared at him in shock and envy. Although he was still 2 islands away from the palace in the middle of the lake, he had successfully taken the lead and seized an important advantage in this competition. Even if somebody else could comprehend the mysteries after this, they would still lag behind his progress. "Amazing!" Xianxia sincerely praised. Chu Huashang whispered quietly, "If my guess is correct, he is probably a disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland." "Great Thousand Bloodland?" Xianxia asked curiously. "It's one of the top second-class great forces. Although it is inferior to the cave heavens and paradises, it is quite an impressive great force. This great force is proficient in the Tao of Blood. The reason that person can comprehend the mysteries of the Bloodlight Scriptures first chapter so quickly is that he already has a deep foundation in the Tao of Blood." Xianxia sighed. This part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is related to the Tao of Blood. "Doesn't that mean this person had an unfair advantage?" She said nothing. It was obvious that she had the same opinion. At that moment, another burst of exclamation rang out from the side. Many people were staring fixedly at the small island. Xianxia followed their gaze and couldn't help being amazed. On that small island, 3 round platforms had appeared in front of the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple at some point. A monster core was placed on each of the round platforms covered in individual light barriers. 3 monster cores lay quietly on the round platforms, shrouded by transparent light barriers which isolated the power fluctuations coming from them. As such, they appeared to be identical from the outside, without the slightest bit of difference between them. The distance of a couple thousand meters was not that great, so everybody on the shore could see the monster cores clearly if they focused their eyesight. Nevertheless, nobody could determine what order those monster cores belonged to. Not even the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple standing on the small island could. He was rubbing his chin and examining the 3 round platforms in front of him with curiosity. "Is that a reward?" somebody asked in surprise and doubt. These objects had appeared when the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple set foot on the first island, therefore it was clearly a reward. It was just that nobody could say whether all 3 monster cores were given to him as a reward or whether he could only choose one out of the 3. Everybody stared blankly in that direction. A short while later, the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple made his decision and reached his hand out towards the round platform on the right. There was no resistance as his hand slipped right through the light barrier and he took out the monster core from within. For a time, everybody was itching to know what order the monster core was and what element it was. Unfortunately, the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple put the monster core away directly without giving the others a chance to investigate. Immediately after that, he stretched out his hand again at the speed of lightning to reach for the round platform in the middle. However, his attempt failed this time around. The light barrier enveloping the round platform might look as thin as a cicada's wings, but it was extremely strong. There was no way to retrieve the monster core without breaking the light barrier. After a brief delay, the 3 round platforms sank back into the ground and vanished out of sight. Everybody immediately understood that the monster core was a reward after watching this scene. How could they not? It was just that only those who could set foot on the island were eligible to obtain this reward. Although it was just a monster core, it still greatly roused everybody's enthusiasm as a result. All the cultivators who came here were attracted by Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. It was just that many people had backed away from the challenge after witnessing the horror and peculiarity of the Blood Lake. Be that as it may, the appearance of this monster core reward made many cultivators become eager again. If they could just obtain a 6th order, a 7th order, or even an 8th order monster core, then there was no need to worry about money for the rest of their lives. The riches they stood to gain would be enough for them to live luxuriously for an entire lifetime. Once the great thousand bloodland disciple took away the monster core, a loud rumbling sound came from the center of the first island. Following that, a huge stele burst out of the ground and stood in the center of the island. There's a second chapter after all. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes lit up. She had told Yang Kai about the existence of the second chapter, third chapter, and so on earlier, but those were simply her own speculations. It wasn't until the appearance of this stele that her conjecture received immediate confirmation. The people by the shore used all their might to stare in that direction, hoping to get a glimpse of the contents on the second stele. To their surprise, the stele seemed to be covered in a layer of fog. Nobody could see what was written on it. This immediately made it clear that one had no choice but to step onto the first island in order to understand the contents of the Bloodlight Scripture's second chapter. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was designed to be interlinked so that one could only advance step by step. It would seem that he really had the intention to choose his successor. Otherwise, there was no need to make the design so complicated. The great thousand bloodland disciple came to the stele and looked up at it for a while. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged without moving as he began to comprehend the mysteries of the Bloodlight Scripture's second chapter. Junior brother Yang, do you want to give it a try? Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Besides, he was already here. There was an opportunity right in front of him, so how could he be reconciled with himself if he didn't even make an attempt? He might never have dabbled in the Tao of Blood before, but most of the cultivators here were no different from him. Blood Monster Divine Monarch must have already taken this aspect into consideration when he set up a test in this place. After all, if his successor was chosen because of a prior foundation in the Tao of Blood, then it could almost be said that the disciples of Great Thousand Bloodland had secured the winning spot. There would also be no need for tests. Yang Kai had the vague feeling that the tests for this inheritance could not be that simple. Bu Lianzhong and the others had no objection either. They quickly found a place to sit and immersed their minds into the stele to begin comprehending. Meanwhile, Yang Kai did not begin studying the mysteries of the stele immediately. Instead, he secretly manipulated space principles to see if he could directly teleport himself to the first island or the palace in the middle of the lake via instantaneous movement. If he could travel there instantly, then there was no need to comprehend the mysteries of the stele. He had only started taking action when a huge sense of crisis flooded his heart for no reason. It felt like an imminent disaster would befall him if he tried to teleport himself there via instantaneous movement. This feeling shocked Yang Kai and he hastily gave up on the attempt. The sense of crisis that loomed over him vanished the moment he did so, causing him to sigh. I knew it was not going to be easy. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had carefully prepared his inheritance. He would never allow later generations to take advantage of any loopholes. Those who tried to step foot on the small island or the palace in the middle of the lake without using his intended methods would definitely suffer a terrible fate. Unable to make use of space principles, Yang Kai had no other choice but to obediently begin comprehending the mysteries of the stele. Just like before, there was an inexplicable force that pulled his mind in, allowing the mysteries of the Bloodlight Scripture to flash through his head. Yang Kai had only gotten a brief glimpse earlier, so he didn't think much about the Bloodlight Scripture. Now that he was calmly focusing on comprehending it though, he quickly realized that the Bloodlight Scripture was not obscure or difficult to understand. Strictly speaking, that only applied for the first chapter. There was no way for him to know how difficult the rest would be. Nevertheless, it was not difficult for a person to comprehend the mysteries of the Bloodlight Scripture's first chapter as long as one's heritage and comprehension abilities were not too poor. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai concentrated harder. Time passed little by little. More and more people gradually stood up from under the stele to head towards the location of the first small island. One after another, they successfully stepped foot on the island. Moreover, the number of people who succeeded was not small. Be that as it may, the number of cultivators gathered around the monument continued to increase steadily. That was because more and more people were arriving here. These people had clearly heard about the news and rushed over to get a piece of the pie. By the time Yang Kai thoroughly comprehended the Bloodlight Scripture's first chapter and was confident that he would have no problem circulating the secret art, half a day had already passed. He slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see Chu Huashang turning to look at him from where she sat beside him. Chu Huashang was obviously taken aback. You finished so quickly? After all, she herself had only just come to a thorough understanding of the Bloodlight Scripture's first chapter. She could not compare with the great Thousand Bloodland disciple who already had a profound heritage in the Tao of Blood. She might be one of the core disciples of Enyang Cave Heaven, but like Yang Kai, she had never dabbled in the Tao of Blood before. Therefore, she could not compete with the great Thousand Bloodland disciple who held a unique advantage since she had to start from zero. It was just that she had already begun comprehending the Bloodlight Scripture before Yang Kai arrived, so she did not expect to finish at the same time as him. However, she was not surprised when she recalled his extraordinary performance in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Pursing her lips into a coquettish smile, she commented, "It's not a good thing for men to finish too fast." Yang Kai's expression darkened at those words. "Has this woman gotten addicted to teasing me?" He irritably replied to her teasing, "Would you like to try?" Her eyes lit up and her expression changed. "Really?" Feeling ashamed, Yang Kai quickly waved his hand to dismiss the notion. "No." He looked away only to see that Bu Lianzhong and the others were still comprehending with their eyes closed. Just as he was wondering whether he should talk to them, Bu Lianzhong's eyes opened. Bu Lianzhong said, "Brother Yang, please go on ahead. We will catch up to you later." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, we will go ahead and wait for you there." Bu Lianzhong gave Chu Huashang a deep look and secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, remember not to trust anybody too easily." His words seemed to contain another hidden meaning behind them, causing the look in Yang Kai's eyes to flicker in response. Yang Kai smiled and nodded at him in acknowledgement. Afterward, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang came to the shore of the lake together. Looking around them, they saw many cultivators circulating the Bloodlight Scripture's first chapter on the surface of the lake. All of them were covered in a layer of blood qi as they carefully made their way across the blood water. Most of these people moved forward cautiously lest they encountered something unexpected. Only a few of them walked confidently and soon came to the first island. Like the great Thousand Bloodland disciple from before, 3 round platforms would appear in front of each cultivator that stepped foot on the island. Each round platform would contain a monster core. Once one of the monster cores were taken, the remaining 2 monster cores would sink back into the ground along with the round platforms and vanish out of sight. A miserable cry suddenly rang out. One of the cultivators had stumbled for some reason, causing one of his legs to sink into the lake. Panicking, he reached out to grab at a companion beside him. His actions made his companion, who had also been extremely on edge, make a mistake. Thus, both of them lost their balance for a moment. The blood mist surrounding their bodies dissipated, and they immediately fell into the lake. The tranquil blood lake was like a fierce beast that selectively devoured people. Not a single ripple would crease the calm surface of the lake under normal circumstances, but it reacted viciously when somebody fell into it. A blood wave surged and came crashing down. The 2 cultivators who made a mistake were swept into the blood lake and disappeared without even a single bubble emerging. Many people were horrified by the sight. The cultivators standing by the shore and preparing to make their attempt suddenly lost their courage to step forward onto the lake. They hesitated for a time, unable to make up their minds. Yang Kai said, "Let's find a spot with less people." Chu Huashang expressed her agreement. Good. Although both of them had confidence in their respective abilities, they could not withstand the interference of others. Things would most likely end in tragedy for them if they were dragged down by a cultivator who stumbled, like what happened in the situation just now. After searching around for some time, they soon arrived at a location with less people. Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang. "Senior sister Chu, be careful." Chu Huashang smiled sweetly. "Rest assured. If I sense that something is wrong, I will definitely drag you down into the water with me. Although we could not be born on the same day and year, we can always die together. We can be a pair of lovebird ghosts. I'm sure it'll be better than dying alone. Right, junior brother?" Yang Kai sighed out loud as he commented, "I never realized that you were such a vicious, cunning snake, senior sister Chu. I'm considering whether I should stay away from you." To which she giggled, "It's too late." At the same time, she reached out her hand and grabbed his arm. She even pressed her ample bosom against him without hesitation, transmitting a sense of amazing elasticity to him. Before he could react, she jumped into the blood lake and pulled him in with her. Shocked and frightened, Xianxia hurriedly circulated the first chapter of the blood light scripture to control the blood qi in his body according to the secret art that he had just learned. A pale golden light immediately enveloped his entire body. Pa! The two of them landed steadily on the surface of the blood lake. Ripples spread out from beneath their feet, slowly spreading outward. Xianxia felt cold sweat drenching his entire body. A breeze blew by, making his body shiver from the cold. He turned around and glared at Chu Huashang furiously. "Are you insane? Couldn't you have given me a warning, at least?" Chu Huashang looked at Xianxia with surprise evident in her beautiful eyes. "Junior brother Yang, your blood is golden?" Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for other people to tell the difference unless he was injured. However, he was circulating the blood light scripture at the moment. The blood mist covering his entire body immediately revealed just how different he was from the others. She tilted her head to the side. Sniffing him like a dog, she furrowed her eyebrows together. "The aura of a divine spirit?" Then, she stared at him in shock and exclaimed, "Junior brother, do you have a divine spirit bloodline? Are you part of the monster race?" Xianxia became visibly irritated. "Monster race, my foot!" On the other hand, Chu Huashang's expression was pure and innocent as she pursed her lips and asked with a twinkle in her eye, "Junior brother, are you angry?" At this point, he was practically on the verge of exploding from rage, so his expression became surly. No, he extricated his arm from her embrace. Following that, he carefully observed the blood lake and sensed the flow of the blood water under his feet. It didn't take long before he discovered the secret behind the blood lake. The water in the blood lake might seem calm and undisturbed, but it was actually constantly shifting. It was just that these changes were so hidden that they were very difficult to detect. These changes could only be detected if one was standing on top of the lake. Furthermore, these changes gave the lake a peculiar suction force that caused a person to involuntarily fall into it. Only those who were circulating the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture could resist this pulling force and stand above the surface of the lake. After becoming aware of this fact, Xianxia felt a sense of understanding flooding his heart. He became certain that the blood light scripture recorded on the steel was indeed the foundation of passing this test. It could be said that there was no danger as long as one remained focused and constantly maintained the blood light scripture at all times while standing on the surface of the lake. In fact, one would have no trouble reaching the first island at all. The cultivators who fell into the lake and lost their lives either failed to comprehend the blood light scripture thoroughly or made a mistake due to their nerves. Whichever the case, their actions ultimately resulted in their deaths. In truth, the first part of this test was not difficult to overcome. Xianxia gained confidence from this knowledge and strode forward. Sure enough, he could walk safely across the blood lake as long as he continuously maintained the blood light scripture. After taking a few steps forward, though, he abruptly turned back to look at Chu Huashang, who was standing there blankly. "Why are you just standing there?" Chu Huashang looked at him pitifully. "I was wrong. Junior brother, please don't be angry." "Okay." He was speechless. "I'm not angry." She quietly said, "You clearly look angry." "Hey, it looks like you won't forgive me, junior brother." "Then this senior sister has no reason to continue living. I might as well die." While saying that, the blood mist around her body showed signs of dispersing on its own. Xianxia was shocked and shouted, "Senior sister Chu, stop fooling around." At the same time, he hurriedly reached out to grab her, but to his surprise, she giggled and flicked her sleeves. A ribbon flew out and wrapped around his arm. Immediately after that, she fluttered like a dancing butterfly and threw herself into his arms. Lifting her head, she looked at him with her elegant and beautiful eyes. Exhaling an orchid scent, she whispered sweetly, "I knew you'd be unwilling to let me go, junior brother." "Crazy woman." He cursed through gritted teeth. "Is this the place to fool around?" "I was wrong," she said pitifully as she pressed her exquisite body up against him slightly. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt extremely uncomfortable. A gorgeous and seductive woman was literally in his arms. Moreover, she was rubbing herself up against him. Having such a mesmerizing beauty in such close proximity left him feeling dry-mouthed and confused. Thus, he quickly grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her away slightly as he sternly said, "Senior sister Chu, please behave yourself." She was not this forward the last time we met each other in the grand ancient ruins boundary. What is wrong with her today? Her behavior is too much to bear. Her expression turned cold and she glared at him. Junior brother, are you saying that I'm behaving badly? Why is she suddenly being so unreasonable? Just as he was about to explain himself, she went against his expectations and stomped her foot in anger. If that's what you think, junior brother, then this senior sister won't disturb you anymore. Humph. Her hair slapped him in the face as she whipped her head around and strode away without a backward glance. Stunned, Xianxia was left standing stupidly in place, realizing once more that a woman's heart is impossible to fathom. The two of them looked like a pair of lovebirds quarreling on the surface of the lake. Their flirtatious actions made many cultivators look at them in annoyance. Therefore, many of them applauded in their hearts when they saw Chu Huashang abandoning Xianxia. Chu Huashang moved very quickly, and it didn't take more than a few moments for her to arrive on the first island. Meanwhile, Xianxia was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and hurriedly caught up to her. The first test was not very difficult. As long as one could maintain the blood light scripture smoothly, one could resist the pulling force coming from the blood lake a moment later. Xianxia also set foot on the first island. 3 round platforms appeared out of nowhere in front of him the moment both his feet touched the ground. The round platforms were covered in a light barrier, and they each contained 1 monster beast core. When he tried to investigate the monster cores with his divine sense, Xianxia quickly determined that he could not probe into the contents of the barriers. He couldn't even figure out what element the monster cores belonged to. It looked like Blood Monster Divine Monarch had no intention of giving anybody any basis to make a judgment. The reward one would receive after arriving on this island was completely based on luck. Realizing this, he randomly reached out towards one of the round platforms. The light barrier did not hinder his movements in any way. He was holding an earth element monster core when he retracted his hand from the light barrier. The 3 round platforms abruptly sank back into the ground and vanished out of sight after he retrieved the monster core. Chu Huashang happened to be standing beside him and nudged him with her elbow before asking in a whisper, "Junior brother, what order monster core did you get?" He turned to look at her and laughed. "I thought you were ignoring me, senior sister." She blinked. "I was joking just now." "Couldn't you tell? You sure are dense. Who plays a joke like that?" Xianxia was speechless. Nevertheless, he revealed the monster core in his hand. "See for yourself, senior sister." She glanced at the monster core in his hand and said proudly, "You only received a 4th order monster core. I got a 5th order one." While saying that, she stretched out her hand to show him her monster core. He glanced over and discovered that she had indeed received a 5th order monster core. It would seem that the rewards here were not all the same. Turning around to observe the others around him, he saw that some had obtained 3rd order monster cores while others had 4th order cores like him. Only one other person received a 5th order monster core just like Chu Huashang. Judging from the situation, the rewards for the first island ranged from 3rd order to 5th order monster cores. 3rd order and 4th order monster cores were far more common, but 5th order monster cores were rare. This discovery made his heart pump with excitement. If that was the case for the first island, then what about the second island, third island, and the palace in the middle of the lake? It might actually be possible to find 7th order monster cores in this place. Hence, Xianxia became even more determined to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. At the moment, at least hundreds of people had gathered on the first island and more were heading here from the shore. Looking at the situation, the cultivators gathered on the shore had an 80% chance of reaching the first island. Furthermore, they would receive a reward as long as they arrived on this island. Those with great luck might even obtain a 5th order monster core as a reward. The first person to step foot on this island was the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple. Nearly half a day had passed since then. In other words, he had already been comprehending the steel here for slightly less than half a day. His progress was much faster than everybody else. Xianxia and Chu Huashang did not dare to procrastinate. They quickly found a place to sit and immersed their minds in meditation, allowing the steel to guide them as they studied this secret art. The steel on the first island indeed turned out to be the second chapter of the Bloodlight scripture. It was the continuation of the first chapter, but in comparison, the second chapter was much more esoteric and difficult to cultivate. The expressions of many cultivators were difficult as they furrowed their brows together, looking as though they were having trouble understanding what they were seeing. Nonetheless, they tried their best to persevere. Xianxia immersed himself into the second chapter of the Bloodlight scripture, unable to extricate himself. About half a day had passed by the time he opened his eyes again. Looking around, he saw that the great Thousand Bloodland disciple was nowhere to be seen. He immediately glanced in the direction of the second island, and sure enough, he could see that person's figure on the second island. The great Thousand Bloodland disciple had an extremely deep foundation in the Tao of Blood. Therefore, he held a unique advantage over the others here. He also arrived on the first island earlier than all the others, so it was only natural for him to be in the lead. Aside from him, more than a dozen other cultivators had also arrived on the second island. Meanwhile, more than 20 others were cautiously making their way across the surface of the lake. Xianxia then turned to look at Chu Huashang and discovered that she was still in the middle of comprehending the secret art, and it did not look like she was going to wake up anytime soon. It was not to say that her aptitude was not as good as others. Having arrived later than the others, it stood to reason that she would be a little behind compared to the lead group. Be that as it may, Xianxia did not rush to leave and simply sat beside her and waited patiently. About an hour later, Chu Huashang slowly opened her eyes and gently let out a breath of turbid air. She turned to look at Xianxia and said, "I apologize for making you wait such a long time, junior brother. Next time you can set off on your own. You don't need to wait for me." Although she had been comprehending the mysteries of the steel, she was not ignorant about what was going on in the outside world. Hence, she was aware that he had been waiting for her for a long time. It was just that she was at a critical juncture of her comprehension, so it had not been convenient for her to stop partway, forcing her to continue her meditation. "It's fine," he smiled. "Besides, I didn't wait that long. Let's go," she called out to him. Walking side by side, they headed in the direction of the second island. When they came to the lake, he said, "Be careful, senior sister Chu. The second stage is much more difficult than the first stage. The casualty rate is also much higher." He had been observing his surroundings for the past hour, so it was only natural that he noticed more things than the others. Compared with the first stage, it was obvious that the difficulty of the second stage had increased significantly. Many cultivators who passed the first stage had easily lost their lives in the second stage. "You be careful too, junior brother," she said. Xianxia nodded and stepped forward while circulating the bloodlight scripture. A layer of golden blood mist immediately burst out from all over his body. It was denser and more imposing than before. After that, he gently stepped onto the surface of the lake. Resisting the pulling force of the blood lake, he moved forward step by step. Chu Huashang followed close behind. The pair immediately revealed how different they were from most people the moment they set off. Despite setting off a little later than others, their speed was not slow at all. They proceeded forward step by step with no hesitation at all. On the other hand, most of the other cultivators seemed to experience great hardship with every step that they took, and many of them were sweating profusely. Their sweat slid down their faces and dripped into the blood lake. Every step required immense time and effort, so they could not move quickly. It was only a short distance of a couple thousand meters, but Xianxia and Chu Huashang surpassed those who came before them one after another. It only took both of them less than a cup of tea worth of time to arrive at the second island. Unlike Xianxia's calm and relaxed demeanor though, Chu Huashang let out a sigh of relief. Her complexion was slightly pale, and it could be seen that she had consumed a lot of energy to keep up with his pace. Just like when they set foot on the first island, 3 round platforms that were covered by a light barrier immediately appeared in front of the two of them out of nowhere. 3 monster cores lay quietly on the round platforms. After their previous experience, how could they not know that this was their reward for reaching the second island? Chu Huashang was still comparing the 3 monster cores, feeling hesitant and uncertain about which monster core to pick. On the other hand, Xianxia had already stretched out his hand to the round platform in the middle. There was nothing to compare. He could not tell which monster core was better, so he simply decided to leave it up to luck. He easily passed through the light barrier sealing the monster core, took out the monster core in the round platform, and glanced at the monster core. It was a fifth-order wood element. Turning to look at Chu Huashang, he saw that she had made her decision and took out a monster core. The power fluctuation coming from the monster core indicated that it was also in the fifth order, but it was a fire element monster core. The reward from the first island were monster cores ranging from the third order to the fifth order. Third order and fourth order monster cores were common, while fifth order monster cores were very rare. Upon arriving on the second island, both of them had obtained a fifth order monster core each. The reward had clearly increased by a whole order. Based on this conjecture, won't the reward for the next island be in the sixth order? In that case, there will definitely be seventh order monster cores in the palace in the middle of the lake. Yang Kai's heart blazed with flames of excitement. He was becoming more and more determined to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. Although he could ignore Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance, he could not let the opportunity slip him by when there was a high possibility that the resources he needed were in that place. Closely following behind them, a steady stream of people was beginning to arrive on the second island. When they received their rewards, Yang Kai secretly paid attention to them. He discovered that only those with terrible luck would receive fourth-order monster cores. Most of them received fifth-order monster cores, but nobody received any sixth-order monster cores. After getting a taste of sweet rewards, the cultivators that arrived on the island became more and more motivated. They quickly found a place to sit down and began to comprehend the Bloodlight scripture on the stele. The stele by the shore had contained the Bloodlight scripture's first chapter, and the one on the first island had contained the second chapter. Hence, the second island probably contained the third chapter. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang each found a spot to sit down. They immersed their minds in the stele and discovered that it really contained the third chapter. Thus, they concentrated on their cultivation. Compared to the first two chapters, the third chapter was much more profound and mysterious. Be that as it may, the aptitudes of the cultivators who could reach the second island would not be poor. It should not be a problem for them to comprehend the mysteries of this secret art. The hard part was circulating and maintaining the Bloodlight scripture. Yang Kai had failed to notice anything when he was learning this secret art earlier, and it was not until he reached the second island that he suddenly realized something. Those with more robust vitality had a greater advantage among those who cultivated the Bloodlight scripture. It was not hard to understand why. The Bloodlight scripture was a secret art related to the Tao of Blood, so it would naturally require a strong and robust vitality, and thus a strong blood chi. After noticing this point, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. He previously assumed that the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple would have a larger advantage when comprehending the Bloodlight scripture due to his foundation in the Tao of Blood. However, it would now seem that he had the greatest blessing of them all. Due to the dragon source in his body, nearly pure dragon blood flowed through his veins. He could transform into a 3,000-meter-tall half-dragon form when he used his dragon transformation secret art. In a contest of the most robust blood chi, there was nobody among his peers who could compare with him. Even the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple who took the lead could only look up at him from behind. All of a sudden, realization struck Yang Kai. Back on the first island, he and Chu Huashang had started comprehending the Bloodlight scripture at the same time. However, he finished comprehending the secret art much earlier than her. As one of Inyang Cave Heaven's core disciples, it was a given that Chu Huashang's aptitude and comprehension abilities were among the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds. Otherwise, she would not have the success she enjoyed right now. Even so, the reality was that he was much faster than her when it came to comprehending the Bloodlight scripture. He had not given much thought to this matter before, but it would now seem that it was not because his aptitude and comprehension abilities were much better than hers. Rather, it was the abundant vitality in his body that gave him a natural advantage in comprehending the Bloodlight scripture. It was not just Chu Huashang. The same went for Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven. His speed of progress was similar to hers. Although he was slightly slower than her, it was by no more than a cup of tea worth of time. He also departed not long after they departed from the first island. Similarly, he also arrived on the second island not long after they arrived. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were wandering, he suddenly felt an unusual power fluctuation coming from the side. He hurriedly jerked his eyes open and looked in the direction. Not far away, steam was coming out of a cultivator's head as though he was a cooked bun that just came out of the oven. His exposed skin was blood red and the veins in his neck throbbed wildly. It was a truly horrifying sight. That in itself was bad enough. Unfortunately, the main point was that a dense blood mist was oozing out of the pores on his skin. He was completely enveloped in a blood-red mist in the blink of an eye. He's experiencing cultivation dissonance. Somebody exclaimed in horror, quickly standing up and distancing himself from that person. Xianxia's expression stiffened. He knew that the person who spoke was correct. This cultivator was experiencing dissonance in his cultivation while cultivating the blood-light scripture. Things would end disastrously for that cultivator if he did not figure out a way to resolve this crisis. But who could afford to take care of others at this time? It happened right in front of everybody, and in less than 3 breaths, a cry of agony rang out from within the dense blood mist. The blood mist exploded to reveal that cultivator's miserable figure. Save me. That cultivator reached out a hand and begged for help. His complexion was haggard and his body had become incredibly thin. Those words had only just left his mouth when bloodlines spurted out of his body like tens of thousands of fine red strands. The blood shot out in all directions. Immediately after that, his head drooped and all the aura in his body disappeared. Everybody on the island stared at the sight in horror. After this person suffered from cultivation dissonance, all the essence in his body swiftly dissipated and he became a corpse that was nothing more than a skeleton wrapped in dry skin. It went to show how horrifying the grand evolution immortal blood-light scripture was. This was the first time somebody experienced cultivation dissonance while cultivating the blood-light scripture. Moreover, most had never seen such a miserable and tragic way of dying before. Thus, they couldn't help feeling worried. Ah! Another miserable cry rang out. Everybody turned to look in the direction of the sound. There was another person experiencing dissonance in his cultivation. All the blood chi in his body gushed out. His plump body quickly dried out and withered away. The essence of his body turned into a blood mist that covered him completely. A moment later, the blood mist exploded. Countless blood spouts shot out of his pores and turned him into a mummified corpse. In just a short span of time, 2 people had suffered from cultivation dissonance and lost their lives as a result. It deeply drove home the realization that the blood-light scripture was not something that could be cultivated by just anybody, and the slightest negligence would result in death. Nobody had suffered from cultivation dissonance back at the lakeshore or on the first island. That was because they had not cultivated critical parts of the secret art yet. It was not until the second island that the power of the blood-light scripture began to show. Some of the cultivators scowled fiercely and the thought of withdrawing came to mind. The 2 who died might not be well known, but since they could reach this point, it went to show that they were undoubtedly elite disciples of some powerful great force out there. Even a person like that had suffered such a terrible fate. If the others continued to comprehend the secret art, there was no saying who would follow in their footsteps. I'm not doing this anymore. Somebody decided that he could not withstand the pressure. He knew the extent of his own aptitude and comprehension abilities. Things would not end well for him if he continued to comprehend this secret art, so he shouted, "Screw the Tao of blood inheritance. I don't need it." Up to this point, he had received 2 rewards for managing to arrive on the second island. It was not as if he was leaving empty-handed if he turned back at this point. Besides, staying here would only take up more time. He might as well use this time to explore other places. Who could say whether he might obtain even better gains than staying here? Thus, he moved decisively. He went back along the way he came while speaking. Activating the blood-light scripture, he used the blood mist to protect his body as he headed towards the first island. Contrary to expectations, though, he had only just stepped onto the blood lake when the blood mist enveloping his body suddenly seemed to be drawn by something else and was immediately absorbed by the blood lake. There was no way for him to defend against the pulling force of the blood lake without the blood mist protecting him, so he sank into the lake before he even realized what was going on and without the slightest splash. Everybody was dumbfounded. That person had arrived on the second island safely, which went to show that he was a rather capable individual. He had already comprehended the mysteries of the bloodlight scripture's second chapter. Nevertheless, he met his death on the way back. It came out of nowhere and seemingly for no reason. More importantly, everybody clearly noticed that the blood mist did not disappear on its own. It had been absorbed by the blood lake. They did not encounter this phenomenon when they were coming here. It was almost as if the blood lake did not allow him to turn back. Blood monster divine monarch was not a benevolent man. How could he allow you to come and go as you please at the place where he prepared his inheritance? A cold sneer rang out. It came from P213 of myriad demons heaven. Somebody politely cupped his fists. Senior brother, are you saying that those who turn back will die? P213 coldly snorted. I didn't say that, but anybody who wishes to return can go ahead and try. Even I would like to know for sure whether only death awaits us if we try to turn back. Who can satisfy my curiosity? I can thank him for his efforts. Thanks? What good will that do? We may even lose our lives in the process. With the previous example right in front of them, who would dare to make an attempt lightly? Although there was no way to confirm the truth, what P213 mentioned was not without reason. This place was where Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance was located. It was impossible for people to come and go as they pleased. A woman turned pale as she asked, "Does that mean we can only keep moving forward?" If she had known that the path would be so dangerous, she would not have waded into these muddy waters. She initially planned to leave after obtaining enough benefits from this place, but it would seem that she no longer had the option of leaving even if she wanted to. Looking at the current situation, it would seem that the rewards on the island were simply bait. The rewards were used to incite countless cultivators to penetrate deeper into the blood lake and force them to proceed forward in order to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. Xianxia's expression was gloomy. He had also been lured into this place by the rewards. However, what attracted him was not the Tao of Blood inheritance but the monster cores provided as rewards. You can also choose to remain here. P213 grinned meaningfully. Without saying anything else, he continued to comprehend the blood light scripture. Everybody knew that what he said was unreasonable. Choosing to remain here was a dead-end option. They would be trapped here until they died. They couldn't just stay here for the rest of their lives, right? At the very least, they might have a chance of survival if they continued to press forward. It could be said that their retreat was cut off the moment they set foot on the first island. The crisis of life and death gave them no choice but to continue. What was obvious now was that Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an extremely insidious man. It was not difficult to reach the first island, so 80% of the cultivators present could succeed, which allowed them to obtain a reward with little effort. For that reason, everybody racked their brains to arrive on the island and fell into this trap as a result. Regardless of what other people might think, Xianxia refused to give up halfway. It was true that he was only lured in by the monster cores given as a reward, but be that as it may, his strong blood chi gave him some natural advantages. If even he could not pass this trial, then everybody else in this place could only wait for their deaths. He then turned to look at Chu Huashang, and likewise, her eyes were firm. It could be said that most cultivators would not back down easily from challenges. People like the cultivator earlier, who wanted to return via the same path he came, were in the minority. After all, who among the cultivators present were not people with great perseverance? That was how they achieved everything they had so far in their lives. Which one of them did not experience life and death struggles countless times? If they turned tail and fled at every setback they encountered, they would not have reached the Emperor realm in the first place. Closing his eyes again, Xianxia continued to comprehend the third chapter of the Bloodlight scripture. In the meantime, a steady stream of people moved to head towards the third island. It was just that the casualty rate was noticeably higher than before. Many of the cultivators successfully arrived at the first and second islands with ease, only to perish en route to the third island. A long while later, Xianxia opened his eyes. He integrated the essence of all three chapters of the Bloodlight scripture from the three steels and circulated the Bloodlight scripture. A golden blood mist immediately appeared around his body. Nodding lightly to himself, he was certain that he would have no problem crossing the Blood Lake and reaching the third island in his current state. He turned to the side and saw that Chu Huashang was still comprehending the secret art. Just as he was debating as to whether he should wait for her or not, she abruptly opened her eyes on her own. "Are you done, junior brother?" He nodded. She said, "Then you should go ahead first, junior brother. I will catch up to you later." "You don't need to wait for me." He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the third island. Then he slowly shook his head. "No. Let's go together." It was obvious that she did not expect that response from him. Thus, she couldn't help blinking at him in surprise for a moment before she exclaimed with a touched expression, "You are so good to me, junior brother." He sweated slightly at those words. "I just think that blood monster divine monarch's inheritance can't be that simple. It's better to let the others test the waters first." She leaned into his embrace, tilted her head upwards slightly, and spoke in a coquettish voice. "This senior sister can't help it anymore. I want to promise myself to you right now. What should I do?" Xianxia naturally acted like he heard nothing. "Senior sister, stop playing around. Hurry up and finish comprehending." She nodded repeatedly, acting like an obedient little girl. "I will listen to everything you say." After saying that, she closed her eyes and continued to comprehend the blood-light scripture. There was nothing to do, so Xianxia watched the movements in his surroundings. Even now, many people continued to head in this direction from the shore. The number of people on the first island remained high. Similarly, there were over 300 people gathered together on the second island. In contrast, only 6 people were gathered on the third island. The Great Thousand Bloodland disciple was among those 6. Xianxia could not help being amazed. It really is different when one has a foundation in the Tao of Blood. Among the cultivators gathered here, Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian were not the only ones who came from various cave heavens and paradises. There would surely be others. Even so, the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple remained in the lead. It clearly indicated that his heritage was also very impressive. At this rate, he might really be the first person to arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake. Be that as it may, Xianxia was not worried that the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple might get a head start over them and obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. It was unconfirmed whether the Tao of Blood inheritance was even inside the palace in the middle of the lake, and if it was, the test to obtain it would not be that simple. Just as Xianxia mentioned earlier, the first to arrive might not have an advantage. Although the pioneer would get the first attempt at the prize, the very same pioneer might also end up paving the road for the others. After waiting for approximately 4 hours, Chu Huashang finally opened her eyes. The look in her beautiful eyes was as gentle as water as she said softly, "Junior brother, I've made you wait." "It's fine." Xianxia stood up and called out to her, "Let's go." They walked to the lake together. Circulating the bloodlight scripture, he took a step onto the lake. "Junior brother, please be careful. I don't wish to become a widow at such a young age," she reminded him from the side. Xianxia stumbled upon hearing those words, and the secret art he was circulating nearly stopped. Therefore, he couldn't help glaring fiercely at her. It made her giggle madly. For a moment, she was so gorgeous that her flirtatiousness practically oozed out like water. There was a cultivator standing next to them. They did not know which great force he came from. Unfortunately, he was so befuddled by the sight of her beauty that he fell into the blood lake with a splash and lost his life. Chu Huashang stopped laughing with an innocent expression. Xianxia sighed, "Let's go." She nodded and stepped onto the blood lake before him. Ripples spread out from beneath her feet as she stood steadily on the surface of the water. Turning to look back at him, she playfully said, "Junior brother, stay close. Okay?" He involuntarily snorted at those words but followed behind her nevertheless as they set off for the third island. However, the smile soon slid off his face. It reached a point where he didn't even dare to look forward anymore. The main reason was that this crazy woman was twisting and swaying her hips in front of him hypnotically. He could not tell whether she was doing so intentionally or whether her actions were simply a natural habit, but her graceful and seductive curves evoked endless imagination in his head. Unable to take it anymore, he quickly caught up to her in a few steps and walked side by side. Only then did he get some peace of mind. The third island was also located a couple thousand meters away from the second. As long as they circulated the bloodlight scripture correctly and maintained the blood mist around their bodies to protect themselves, they would be able to cross the blood lake safely. In less than the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, the pair arrived on the third island. At this moment, there were only a dozen or so people present. The elimination tests at each stage were becoming more and more difficult. Accordingly, the number of people who safely passed those tests became lower. Upon arriving at the spot, Xianxia finally became a little nervous even though he had remained calm all this time. According to his estimation, it was possible that the reward they would receive at the third island was a 7th-order monster core. Although the possibility was not high, there was always a glimmer of hope. 3 round platforms appeared in front of the two of them once more. Xianxia stared at the 3 monster cores in front of him and was unable to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, he suddenly detected a strange energy fluctuation coming from the side. He turned to look and saw Chu Huashang staring fixedly at the monster core in her hand with her mouth gaping open in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and joy. That monster core was 7th order. Moreover, judging from the aura it was exuding, it was an extremely rare yang element monster core. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded by the sight. Although he had the feeling that a 7th-order monster core might appear on the third island, he never imagined that it would actually appear in front of him, much less that Chu Huashang would obtain it. Put it away. He quickly sent her a transmission. Chu Huashang snapped back to her senses and lifted her head to glance around. A dozen or so people in front of them were all staring in this direction. It was obvious that they had sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the 7th-order monster core. They all had shocked and greedy expressions on their faces. That was a 7th-order monster core, a treasure worth hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. Back at the exchange meeting in Red Cloud's auction house, Xianxia had paid more than 200 million open heaven pills in exchange for the primordial yang profound ginseng. In other words, the yang element monster core that she received was worth at least 200 million open heaven pills. For something like that to simply fall into Chu Huashang's hands so easily. Even a core disciple from Inyang Cave Heaven like her felt as though she had been struck by a huge blessing. It wasn't until she stored the 7th-order monster core into her space ring that those gazes slowly retracted. They could probably tell that she was not an easy prey, otherwise it would not be surprising for them to attack and rob her. After being stimulated by this incident, Xianxia couldn't help rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. He took a deep breath and reached his hand into the light barrier on the left. When he withdrew his hand and spread open his palm, his anticipation immediately turned into disappointment. It was not a 7th-order monster core. It was not even a 6th-order monster core. It was a 5th-order monster core. He nearly spat blood when he saw it. This is the third island. How can I obtain a 5th-order monster core as a reward? Are you joking with me? I would have grudgingly accepted even if it was only a 6th-order monster core. Compared to what Chu Huashang had obtained, the 5th-order monster core he received was trash. It deserved to be thrown away without a second glance. Upon further consideration, a 7th-order monster core would not appear so easily even though this was the third island. It was amazingly lucky of her to receive a 7th-order monster core. The others would never get another opportunity to obtain a 7th-order monster core again. Seeming to sense Xianxia's disappointment, Chu Huashang whispered, "Junior brother Yang, do you want my monster core? I can give it to you." "Give it to me?" He glanced at her in surprise. That was a yang element 7th-order monster core. How could she just offer to give it away like that? There would definitely be more than one master in Inyang Cave Heaven who would need this resource. It could be said that it would be a huge achievement if she brought the 7th-order monster core back. She continued, "Don't you need high-rank materials?" Even if not for the fact that they had known each other since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and she was aware that he had condensed high-rank powers, his existence had caught the attention of the major cave heavens and paradises at this point. As long as Chu Huashang casually inquired, she would be able to get this information. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and shook his head. "Many thanks, senior sister. Unfortunately, I can't use this monster core anymore." If it was before he participated in the exchange meeting, he might have considered trading with her for the yang element 7th-order monster core. However, he had already condensed his yang element now. This monster core was useless to him for the time being. Although it might be necessary for him in the future, that was still something far, far off from now. How could he ask somebody else for something so precious? Nevertheless, he was moved by the fact that she wanted to give this monster core to him. This woman can't have truly fallen for me, right? Be that as it may, his current future was extremely bleak. There was no saying when he would have to face great pressure from multiple parties. Chu Huashang was no fool, so how could she fall for him at a time like this? Is that so? She nodded. Then I'll keep it for now. If you need it in the future, you can come to me at any time. Glancing at him with a shy smile, she added, not just the monster core. I can even give myself to you. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Kai nearly choked to death on his own saliva. Chu Huashang's boldness was a little difficult to handle. Looking at her was like looking at Shan Qingluo from before. The seductive charms of the beguiling demon queen were not something just anybody could withstand. Yang Kai quickly pointed to the front. Let's just comprehend the blood light scripture first. Is blood monster divine monarch sick in the head? Why does he have to make the test so complicated? Shaking his head, he walked towards the stele, listening to coquettish laughter coming from behind. The stele was not small. Moreover, not many people had managed to reach the third island. So Yang Kai and Chu Huashang casually found a spot and sat down together as usual. Afterward, they immersed their consciousness into the stele and immediately began to comprehend the fourth chapter of the blood light scripture. Many subtle mysteries poured into their minds. The two of them had only just sat down for less than 6 hours. They were comprehending the secret art when they suddenly heard a loud laughter. I did it! I comprehended it! Blood monster divine monarch's inheritance is mine. The wild laughter was extremely wanton and arrogant. Affected by this disturbance, all the cultivators who were quietly comprehending the secret art under the stele involuntarily opened their eyes. They looked forward and saw the great thousand bloodland disciple laughing maniacally with his head thrown back. The blood mist surrounding his body churned violently. It was terrifying to see. At this moment he was laughing while striding towards the blood lake. His eyes were filled with a look of desire. As long as he could pass the final section of the blood lake, then he could arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake and get a glimpse of the inheritance. A black mist suddenly surged forward and turned into a pitch-black python. The black python opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. It looked extremely lifelike. Moreover, it was overflowing with demon chi, making it all the more horrifying. The man jumped in fright and hurriedly backed away. The blood mist around him shuddered, wriggling and changing to transform into a blood-colored knife that came slashing down on the black python's head. The blood knife beheaded the black python, but before the great thousand bloodland disciple could let out a breath of relief, the severed pieces of the black python suddenly exploded into countless tiny snakes. Their tongues flickered as they hissed and shot towards him like lightning. He gave a roar and used both hands to send out secret techniques. The blood knife instantly turned into 1,000 blades that he slashed out as he backed away. Black snake after black snake was cut to pieces and dissipated as demon chi. The blood blades also vanished in a short time. By the time all the black snakes were beheaded, the blood mist surrounding the great thousand bloodland disciple had weakened considerably. He abruptly turned around and glared in a certain direction. Pei Wenxian, what's the meaning of this? The attack just now had been too obvious. He didn't even need to guess to know that the attack came from Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven, and he was both shocked and furious. Pei Wenxian sat there motionlessly and stared at the great thousand bloodland disciple coldly. I just can't stand the sight of you. The great thousand bloodland disciple was absolutely livid. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking. He knew that he was not Pei Wenxian's opponent, so he was forced to suppress his rage. Brother Pei, this Zhou will not forget your gift today, and will be certain to return the favor in the future. The meaning behind his words clearly indicated that he would get his revenge one day. After throwing out those harsh words, he moved to set out for the palace in the middle of the lake. He had only just started walking when he heard Pei Wenxian saying faintly, I dare you to take a step forward and see what happens. Zhou paused mid-step and did not dare to put his foot down. He glared at Pei Wenxian. What do you mean, Brother Pei? He could sense that Pei Wenxian's gaze was locked tightly on him like a panther that was about to pounce on its prey. The rage in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, squeezing him to the point where it was very uncomfortable. Pei Wenxian calmly replied, If you left quietly after comprehending the blood-light scripture, this Pei would not have bothered to cause trouble for you, but you deliberately made such a ruckus to disturb me. Because of that, all of my previous efforts were wasted. Did you think this Pei was so easily bullied? Zhou gritted his teeth. I was simply overjoyed just now and lost control of myself. It was not intentional. Pei Wenxian sneered. Whether it was intentional or not, it's up to me to decide. It's pointless for you to argue with me. Zhou shouted, what do you want, brother Pei? Nothing. Pei Wenxian lazily cracked his neck. You just need to stand there quietly. Once this Pei finishes comprehending the bloodlight scripture, you can set off together with me. Zhou was furious. He had been in the lead ever since he came to the Blood Lake. Not to mention that it was the final stage and he was much further ahead compared to everybody else. How could Pei Wenxian force him to wait here? How could he be willing? If that truly were the case, then all his efforts and advantages from before would come to nothing. He had planned to set off early to see if he could obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. No matter what, it would always be advantageous to be the first to enter the palace in the middle of the lake before everybody else. Brother Pei, did you think that this Zhou was a pushover? You might be a disciple of Myriad Demon's heaven, but none of us are in the open heaven realm yet. The difference between our strengths is not that great. If you really want to stop me, Brother Pei, this Zhou will have no choice but to ask you for a demonstration of strength. If we end up fighting each other, it will only be advantageous for the others. His words were a mixture of reason and threat, but his response was not bad. Pei Wenxian sneered and pointed at the people around him. If you think that way, then you are sorely mistaken. Ask them yourself. Let's see if they agree to let you leave first. Zhou turned to look in that direction. Sure enough, there were many malicious gazes staring at him. Many of them looked like they were itching to take action. Hence, he immediately became frightened. He realized that his actions just now had incited public anger. In addition to everything that he had done earlier, he had made himself into a target. Therefore, his complexion turned pale. It was just as Pei Wenxian mentioned. He had deliberately laughed out loud to disturb the others who were in the middle of comprehending the bloodlight scripture. He wanted to make them waste a little more time. Who could have expected that he would lift a rock only to drop it on his foot instead? He might have gotten away with it if nobody had stepped forward to complain, but Pei Wenxian just had to stop him from leaving. With all the commotion they made, how could he possibly be allowed to leave now? If he really were to force his way out of here, he would instantly be besieged by everybody. With that thought in mind, he gritted his teeth. Good! I will do as you say, Brother Pei. I will wait for you. I just hope you won't make me wait too long. Zhou was a man who knew how to adapt to the situation. Now that things had come to this point, it was better to wait patiently than to be besieged by everybody. Even if everybody entered the palace in the middle of the lake together, he would still have his own unique advantages. After all, his attainments in the Tao of Blood were much greater compared to the others. Pei Wenxian grinned and nodded. Rest assured, this Pei won't let you wait too long. The storm finally subsided. Aside from Zhou, who was standing there with a hideous expression on his face, everybody else on the third island continued to comprehend the bloodlight scripture recorded in the steel. Xianxia was speechless. He initially wanted the others to enter the palace in the middle of the lake before him so that they could scout the way ahead for him. Unfortunately, his plans were completely ruined after what Pei Wenxian did. He had no other means to let the others take the initial risks for him. Judging from the current situation, it was also not appropriate for him to stand out too much, otherwise there was a high chance that he would be attacked by the others. Aside from Zhou of Great Thousand Bloodland, he had the greatest advantage among all the other cultivators here. His abundant and robust blood qi allowed him to comprehend the bloodlight scripture more easily. He could confidently say that he would be able to finish comprehending the secret art in another hour. From the looks of things now, though, he would have to conceal his advantage. As expected, Xianxia attained mastery of the Bloodlight Scripture's 4th chapter through comprehensive study after another hour. He came to realize something when he was on the previous islands. The more robust the blood qi of a cultivator, the easier it was for them to cultivate the Bloodlight Scripture. At this point, this discovery was only becoming more obvious. Still, Xianxia pretended as though he was in the middle of comprehending the secret art. At the same time, he stealthily monitored his surroundings with his divine sense. Zhou was still standing there, not daring to make a careless move lest he provoke a violent reaction. It was just that his expression was uglier with the passing of time. He should have been investigating the palace in the middle of the lake by now, but he was forcibly held up in this place by Pei Wenxian. How could he not feel resentful? During this period, more and more people arrived on the third island. Their numbers were not high, but the cultivators who made it this far were the elites among the elites. Bu Lianzhong was one of them. However, his junior brothers and junior sister were nowhere to be seen. They probably remained behind on the second island. Another 7 or 8 hours passed when Yang Kai suddenly noticed a short man secretly opening his eyes by a narrow slit. The short man's eyes twinkled behind those narrow slits as he surveyed his surroundings. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing in surprise. Like Yang Kai, the short man had already attained mastery of the bloodlight scripture. Despite having the qualifications to set off for the palace in the middle of the lake, he did not reveal the fact immediately. It was clear that he had his own plans. Yang Kai quietly sighed in amazement. All the cultivators who could arrive on the third island were sneaky tigers hiding their claws. Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang were still in the middle of comprehending the secret art, but this short man had already finished. It made Yang Kai wonder which great force he belonged to. Another hour passed and Pei Wenxian suddenly let out a turbid breath of relief. He opened his eyes and sighed in amazement. The grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture is profound indeed. While saying so, he stood up and glanced lightly at the cultivators who were gathered around the stele. A trace of murderous intent flashed through his eyes, but in the end, he shook his head and strode towards the blood lake. If possible, he would have liked to slaughter every single person here. After that, he could slowly take his time to explore the palace in the middle of the lake. However, he knew that it was not realistic to think that he could kill all these people. After waiting for such a long time, Zhou Yi immediately followed suit when he saw that Pei Wenxian was finally moving forward. In the next moment, the short man that Yang Kai noticed earlier also stood up. Another 3 or 4 others stood up at the same time. They looked at each other before tacitly shifting their gazes away. There were 5 or 6 people heading towards the palace in the middle of the lake all at once, so it was only natural that it caught the attention of many people. They raised their heads to look in that direction with expressions of envy. Yang Kai glanced at Chu Huashang suspiciously. Logically speaking, she should have finished around the same time, but on the contrary, she was frowning deeply. It was obvious that she was still immersed in comprehending the secret art and seemed to have encountered a problem. This puzzled him. After all, she was one of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's core disciples. Moreover, she condensed sixth-order elements. Both her aptitude and her comprehension abilities were the best among the best, so why was she taking so long? After further consideration, though, Yang Kai realized that it might be related to her gender. She was a woman, so her body was inherently more yin-aligned, which would make her blood qi less vigorous. These 2 points might be the reason why her progress was slower than the others. Not to mention, there were no other women on the third island aside from her. Still, Chu Huashang was not that much slower than the others. An hour after Pei Wenxian and the others left, she finally opened her eyes and glanced at Yang Kai affectionately. Yang Kai gestured, "Let's go." He was slightly unsettled by this woman. He had not noticed anything when they were in the grand ancient ruins boundary, so he did not know why she was being so affectionate and forward when he met her again today. "N." She nodded. The 2 of them walked side by side towards the blood lake. Circulating the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture, a layer of blood mist immediately surged around their bodies to protect them. When they stepped onto the blood lake, the various disturbances and the pulling force that came from the blood lake were more than 10 times stronger than before. It was conceivable that one could not safely cross this stretch of the blood lake if they did not integrate and link all 4 chapters of the bloodlight scripture recorded on all 4 steles together. The last stage was several times harder to comprehend than the previous 2 stages. It was just that those who could reach the third island were all talented and intelligent people, so the casualty rate was much lower. All the people who departed earlier were safe and sound, about to arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake soon. After another quarter hour or so, those people more or less arrived at the island where the palace was located. They exchanged a glance with each other for a moment, then they rushed towards the palace in unison and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Pei Wenxian was the only one who remained there. He turned around and looked towards Yang Kai, who was making his way across the blood lake. Their gazes met and Yang Kai felt his heart sinking and thought to himself, "This is bad. This guy is going to pull some dirty trick." Pei Wenxian had tried to make trouble for Yang Kai when he first arrived at the blood lake, only to be stopped by Chu Huashang at the time. Now that Pei Wenxian was safely standing on the island in the middle of the lake while Yang Kai was standing on the surface of the lake, he finally found the perfect opportunity to do something. The thought had only just occurred to Yang Kai when he saw Pei Wenxian grinning at him. Following that, Pei Wenxian clenched his fist and punched out in Yang Kai's direction. Both demon chi and blood chi churned violently all over his body before flowing out along his arm to become a pitch-black demon dragon that bared its fangs menacingly. The demon dragon skimmed across the surface of the lake and came charging in this direction with a shocking momentum. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai might not have taken this blow seriously. However, he was currently standing in the middle of the blood lake. Most of his concentration was being used to maintain the bloodlight scripture in order to resist the pulling force coming from the blood lake. He could not even bring out 30% of his actual strength. If he was hit by an attack of this caliber, his concentration might lapse for a moment and he might make a mistake in circulating the bloodlight scripture. The situation would surely end in tragedy then. Pei Wenxian had truly chosen the best timing to attack. "Senior Sister Chu, get away from me!" Yang Kai shouted. At the same time, he glared fixedly at the demon dragon charging towards him while silently urging his strength in preparation to defend against the attack. However, the demon dragon only flew a couple dozen meters before it suddenly sank into the blood lake and vanished out of sight, like it was pulled downward by some unknown guiding force. It didn't even make a single ripple on the surface of the lake. Yang Kai was taken aback. Similarly, Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded. He frowned slightly and fired another violent attack in disbelief. Just like before, the attack was absorbed into the blood lake before it could even approach Yang Kai. This situation made his expression turn ugly. He coldly snorted and glared at Yang Kai fiercely. "You got lucky this time." After that, he turned around and rushed towards the palace. The fact that the blood lake could even absorb attacks was beyond his expectations. Otherwise, he would have made Yang Kai suffer greatly. In this situation, there was no point in wasting more of his time here. The others had already entered the palace ahead of him. Besides, he was also eager to try his luck inside the palace. Yang Kai stared at Pei Wenxian's disappearing back, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Secretly gritting his teeth, he called out to Chu Huashang, "Let's go." The two of them continued onward, taking almost an hour before they arrived at the small island where the palace in the middle of the lake was located. The moment they stepped foot on the island, Chu Huashang heaved a sigh of relief. The anxiety that had been weighing down on her finally lifted from her shoulders. Turning around, she studied her surroundings and said, "Junior brother Yang, there doesn't seem to be a reward for this stage." Yang Kai made a non-committal response. He had already noticed this when Pei Wenxian, Zhou Yi, and the others arrived on the island earlier. Unlike the previous 3 islands, this place did not offer any monster cores as rewards. This discovery disappointed him very much. Based on his calculations, the rewards for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd islands had been, on average, 4th order, 5th order, and 6th order monster cores, respectively. In that case, there was a high possibility that 7th order monster cores might appear on the central island. Unfortunately, it turned out that there was nothing here at all. It would seem that 7th order monster cores were extremely rare, even in the blood monster cave heaven. It was not something that could randomly be given out as a reward. Not to mention, blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance might be hidden inside this palace. What reward could be more valuable than the inheritance itself? It was just that. Yang Kai mainly came here in hopes of obtaining high-rank open heaven materials. Having gained nothing after coming here, it was only natural for him to feel extremely disappointed. Nevertheless, he was already here. He might as well go inside and have a look. Who could say whether he might find other treasures inside? Yang Kai and Chu Huashang glanced at the palace with a measuring look before walking towards the gates of the palace. A short while later, they entered the grand hall and immediately felt a chill running up their spines. This place was so eerie that it made all the hairs on their body stand on end. Yang Kai initially assumed that there would be more tests and greater dangers set up in this place, but now it seemed things were completely different from what he had imagined. The grand hall was small enough that the entire situation within could be seen at a glance. Moreover, it was completely empty except for the platform located right in the center. A white skeleton sat cross-legged on that platform. There was no saying how many years it had been since the owner of the skeleton died. All the flesh had long since fallen off the bones, but the skeleton remained as white as jade, even exuding a faint trace of spirituality. Yang Kai was extremely impressed. Although he did not know which era blood monster divine monarch lived as one of the apex masters of his time, he was certain that at least several tens of thousands of years had passed since then. It might even be longer than that. The fact that the skeleton of a person from that era could remain preserved in such pristine condition after his death only served to show just how powerful his cultivation was when he was alive. The people who arrived earlier were gathered around the skeleton. They were sitting separately and staring at the skeleton with scorching gazes, as though they were staring at a supreme precious treasure. Upon sensing Yang Kai and Chu Hua Shang's arrival, they glanced in the direction of the entrance in unison. "Seems everybody's here," Pei Wenxian chuckled. Yang Kai glared at Pei Wenxian coldly, his murderous intent flaring. Pei Wenxian had come looking for trouble when he first arrived at the Blood Lake and even tried to kill him when he was crossing the Blood Lake just now. Now that they met again, it was only natural that he had no plans to be soft-hearted. "Wait, Brother Yang." Just as Yang Kai was about to attack, Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Yi and asked lightly, "Do you have an objection, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Yi politely replied, "No. It's just that this place is where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his Tao of Blood inheritance. If you were to fight here, there's a high chance that you might destroy the inheritance. This Zhou hopes that you will calm yourself for now and not cause a disturbance. This place is where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his Tao of Blood inheritance?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Zhou Yi nodded seriously. "Indeed." Several others nodded in agreement. "How do you know?" Zhou Yi pointed at the skeleton. "You will know just by immersing your mind in the jade skeleton, Brother Yang." Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Yi suspiciously. Spreading out his divine sense, he immersed himself into the jade skeleton. His expression soon changed drastically and his eyes filled with astonishment. He could sense the rest of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture inside the jade skeleton. They passed through the 3 islands earlier, and including the stele on the shore, there were a total of 4 steles. The steles each contained one of the first 4 chapters of the Bloodlight scripture. However, the 4 chapters did not make up a whole. They could only be said to make up less than half of the secret art. Yang Kai had guessed that the rest of the secret art would be located within the palace in the middle of the lake. It was only by joining both parts into one would the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture be considered complete. At this moment, he could sense the rest of the Blood Light scripture coming from this skeleton that had died countless years ago. "This skeleton?" Zhou Yi looked at Yang Kai and explained. "If my guess is correct, this skeleton is the remains of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. He set up a test in this place and engraved the second half of the Blood Light scripture on his skeleton, all in the hopes of encountering a fateful person. This is the skeleton of Blood Monster Divine Monarch." Yang Kai had the vague feeling that something was off. Didn't they say that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was hidden deep within the Blood Monster Divine Palace? And the Blood Monster Divine Palace is located in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. We have only been here for a few days. This area is only in the periphery of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Why would the inheritance appear here? The location doesn't match up. It was true that the tests in the Blood Lake were extremely dangerous, but he could not shake the feeling that something was not right. But the Blood Light scripture in this jade skeleton does not seem to be fake. The most important basis of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance was the Blood Light scripture. If they comprehended the mysteries of the Blood Light scripture, then it would be no different from obtaining Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. "Just what is going on?" Yang Kai frowned, feeling doubtful. Zhou Yi continued, "Blood Monster Divine Monarch died many years ago, so the Bloodlight scripture is now unique in the world. His skeleton might look like it is perfectly preserved, but nobody can guarantee that it can withstand violent impacts. If anybody were to fight here, they will most likely destroy the skeleton containing the inheritance. That was why we came to a consensus before you arrived, Brother Yang. We agreed to get rid of anybody who tries to use force in this place. Yang Kai had wondered why they were still standing around peacefully even though they arrived more than an hour earlier. It would seem that they had taken some time to reach a consensus. In addition, they were only being so restrained towards one another out of fear that the impacts of their fight would destroy the jade skeleton. He glared at Pei Wenxian coldly. The other party returned the look with fierce fighting intent and a reckless expression, which made the others frown in response. Zhou Yi secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, please endure for a moment. I will join forces with you later, and we can kill him together when this matter is over. He had been harassed by Pei Wenxian earlier. Unfortunately, he knew that he was not Pei Wenxian's opponent and had no choice but to endure the humiliation as a result. With the chance of working together with Yang Kai in front of him, it was only natural that he did not wish to miss the opportunity. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded, "Good. I'll let him live for a little while longer." Pei Wenxian immediately sneered. It's uncertain who is the one with the opportunity to live a little longer. Zhou Yi was overjoyed and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Since everybody has no objections, let us start. After saying that, he eagerly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the jade skeleton to comprehend the secret art. He deeply believed that he had a great advantage, and it was inevitable that he would obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. It was for that reason that he was also the most afraid of conflict breaking out among each other. Otherwise, he would not have persuaded Yang Kai as soon as he saw him arrive. The others naturally followed suit. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang took a few steps forward. They found a seat below the skeleton and looked up at the jade skeleton. After thinking about it, Yang Kai sent a transmission to Chu Huashang. Be careful, Senior Sister Chu. If you notice something wrong, protect yourself immediately. Chu Huashang turned to look at him and asked quietly, Junior brother, did you notice something wrong? He shook his head. It just doesn't feel right. He could not say what was off about this place. He simply felt that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance would not be located in this place. But he could not guarantee that his conjecture was correct either. What if this really was Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance? Focusing his mind, he closed his eyes and immersed himself into the jade skeleton once more. A string of characters immediately jumped out at him inside his mind. Whoever obtains this king's inheritance may inherit the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai had only taken a quick glance earlier, so he failed to notice the sentence just now. However, the feeling of unease in his heart became even stronger after seeing this sentence. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. This fact was portrayed extremely evidently throughout the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Lake was the manifestation of the Tao of Blood, while the various monster beasts were the embodiment of the Tao of Beast Taming. So, why would a person be able to inherit the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven just by obtaining the Tao of Blood inheritance? Another point that puzzled Yang Kai greatly was the location of the Blood Lake. The location of the Blood Lake could not be considered hidden. The area in which the Blood Lake was located was also indicated in the map given to him by the proprietress. In other words, their predecessors had definitely explored this area before. However, the Blood Lake was not marked clearly upon the map. If the Blood Lake had existed in the past, then why was it never mentioned before over the years? After all, the Tao of Blood inheritance was no trivial matter. The slightest information leak regarding this matter would cause such a huge commotion that everybody would know about it. Be that as it may, nobody had ever heard about the existence of the Blood Lake or the Tao of Blood inheritance until the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened this time. As such, there was only one explanation that would make sense. The Blood Lake and the Tao of Blood inheritance only appeared recently. It had not appeared in the past. That was why their predecessors who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the past had no knowledge about this matter. That was also why the Blood Lake was not marked on the map. The cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were the first batch of people to come into contact with the Tao of Blood inheritance. But if that was the case, then it did not make sense either. If Blood Monster Divine Monarch had set up various tests in this place in hopes of handing down his Tao of Blood inheritance to his destined successor, then there was no reason for him to hide this place for so many years. It was not until the most recent opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that this place was revealed to the public. If he really wanted to find an inheritance disciple, then this blood lake should have appeared before the eyes of the world a long time ago. After all, the most likely result of hiding this place too deeply was the loss of his legacy with time. It doesn't make sense. I just can't figure it out. Xianxia shook his head while comprehending the rest of the blood light scripture. In any case, the blood light scripture was definitely genuine. Such an exquisite secret art was very rare. At this point, the only thing he could do was take it one step at a time. As time passed, blood mist lingered around the people sitting around the skeleton. They were immersed in the mystery of the blood light scripture, unable to extricate themselves. A glimmering light suddenly lit up in the eye socket of the skeleton without anybody noticing. The glimmering light was very dim and weak, almost like a candle that was about to go out. It silently drifted out of the sunken eye socket, circled around the skeleton leisurely before floating over to Chu Huashang. The glimmering light floated up and down, seeming to be searching for something. It did not stay in front of Chu Huashang for long before moving on to the next cultivator. The short man who hid his abilities earlier was sitting to her right, not far away from her. The glimmering light seemed to have a sentience of its own, and after observing the short man for a while, it moved away. After investigating the cultivators one by one, the glimmering light came to Zhou Yi. It stopped in front of Zhou Yi for the longest time, almost as though it had found something of interest. However, it eventually floated towards the next person sitting beside Zhou Yi. The glimmering light soon circled around and came to Xianxia, who was sitting close beside Chu Huashang. Then, the glimmering light suddenly shone brightly like a wild beast that had found the most delicious food and immediately slammed straight into his mind without hesitation. Even though it looked like a flickering flame that was on the verge of extinguishing, it slipped into Xianxia's head without the slightest hindrance and quickly vanished out of sight. Xianxia was focused on comprehending the latter portion of the bloodlight scripture when all of a sudden, his body shuddered slightly and a feeling of coolness spread throughout him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt his knowledge sea defenses being penetrated. It seemed to be caused by something entering without his permission. Immediately after that, a cold voice sounded in his mind. "Junior, hand over your body." Shocked, Xianxia quickly immersed his mind into his knowledge sea and transformed into his soul avatar. The first thing he saw was an illusory phantom charging towards him. The illusory phantom clearly looked very weak, but it gave him the feeling that it was very powerful. All of a sudden, it exploded without warning and turned into a cloud of gray mist that tried to wrap around him. Hurriedly backing away to avoid the gray mist, Xianxia was shocked as he shouted, "Soul possession." The illusory phantom that invaded his knowledge sea was clearly a soul. The horror he felt in his heart was indescribable. Although he had been concentrating on comprehending the bloodlight scripture, a part of his consciousness had remained aware of the outside world. It was a countermeasure he took in case Pei when Xian secretly attacked him. Even so, he failed to notice anything until this soul invaded his knowledge sea. There was only one explanation for this outcome. This person's soul was so much stronger than his that it could completely evade his perception. Who? He immediately thought about the jade skeleton sitting cross-legged in front of him. For a moment, he was so shocked that it felt as though his soul had been blown away. It can't be Blood Monster Divine Monarch soul, right? If that's the case, then this might be the end for me. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he had been dead for countless years, his soul was not something Xianxia could resist. Xianxia watched as the fog relentlessly approached him. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his hand in that direction and roared, "Cut!" A sword light silently slashed downward as the soul-splitting saber that had been nurtured in his knowledge sea all this time manifested in his grip. Combined with the heaven-severing slash that Tianyan taught him in the past, the power of this move was absolutely staggering. However, What made Yang Kai sink into utter despair was that the mist only scattered for a moment under the sword light of the soul-splitting saber before it converged together once more and doggedly chased after him. He nearly spat blood at the sight. The soul-splitting saber was an emperor artifact. Its strength was no longer able to keep up with his cultivation progress, so it had fallen into disuse. Nevertheless, it was specially meant to target souls. Not to mention that it had been nurtured with the heaven-severing/secret technique for so long. It could be said that even a low-rank open heaven realm master who was caught off guard by this move would become dazed. Be that as it may, the mist was completely unobstructed in any way. It could be seen just how pure and powerful the soul was. "Junior, are you trying to resist?" An aged voice came from within the mist. "This old master has been waiting for tens of thousands of years and finally obtained a good opportunity. How can you possibly resist? Obediently hand your body over to this old master and you will suffer less pain." Yang Kai of course ignored the voice and repeatedly activated the soul-splitting saber. The soul-splitting saber transformed into countless sword lights that slashed down. Accordingly, his spiritual energy also flowed out like the ebbing tide. Every blow from the sword light would scatter the mist, but the mist would gather together again quickly. Although the attacks seemed to have no effect on the other party, they bought Yang Kai precious time to escape. After all, everything would be over if he was enveloped by the mist. After launching several dozen consecutive attacks, Yang Kai calmed down considerably. Judging from the situation, this invading soul was indeed extremely powerful. However, too much time had passed. It was no longer in its peak condition. How could he have resisted otherwise? Furthermore, it turned out that the attacks of the soul-splitting saber were not completely ineffective. The gray mist had faded ever so slightly after being subjected to this barrage of attacks. It was not very obvious. Nonetheless, this place was within his knowledge sea. So how could he not notice the changes? "Insolent Junior, once this old master has seized your body, I will capture your soul and make you beg for death." An exasperated voice came from within the gray mist. Yang Kai became more and more at ease upon hearing those words. Thus, he relaxed and continued to attack the other party with the soul-splitting saber. Concurrently, he asked, "Are you Blood Monster Divine Monarch?" The gray mist charging at him froze for a moment, but immediately a furious howl followed. "Don't you dare mention that old dog in front of this old master. Beneath the heavens, this old master cannot coexist with him." Yang Kai was absolutely shocked. This guy is not Blood Monster Divine Monarch? Based on his speculation, the soul had probably been hiding inside the skeleton. If that was the case, then how could it not be Blood Monster Divine Monarch? Moreover, it sounded like this person had a huge grudge against Blood Monster Divine Monarch. A possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. Unless that skeleton is not the remains of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It belongs to somebody else. "Who are you? Announce your name." Yang Kai slashed down with the soul-splitting saber once more, blocking the other party's offensive to a certain extent. This place was within his knowledge sea. Therefore, he held a unique advantage in this battle. Unless the gap between their spiritual energy was extremely wide, the act of possession would never succeed under general circumstances. The gray mist coldly snorted. "This old master is the Black Crow Divine Monarch." Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Another divine monarch. Only those in the high-rank open heaven realm had the right to crown themselves with the title of Divine Monarch. Doesn't that mean that the Black Crow Divine Monarch was a high-rank open heaven realm master when he was alive? No wonder his spiritual energy is still so powerful that he can even try to possess somebody else to resurrect himself even though so many years have passed since his death. What made him curious was the reason why this Black Crow Divine Monarch turned up in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. "How dare Shuiyao, that old fart, imprison this old master? Ha ha ha. So many years have passed. Yet that old fart is dead while this old master still lives. How ironic." The gray mist continuously pounced on while laughing maniacally. Only then did Yang Kai realize that this person had been imprisoned within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was certainly very impressive. He even managed to imprison another high-rank open heaven realm master in his small universe. That being said, it was highly likely that this Black Crow Divine Monarch was in the 7th Order open heaven realm when he died. If not, he would not be so helpless against Blood Monster Divine Monarch. This old master spent countless years and only 100 years ago broke free of that accursed seal. Unfortunately, this old master's physical body was destroyed eons ago. Only my remnant soul remained. Fortunately, Shui Yao left behind his Tao of blood inheritance. What kind of aptitude do you think this old master has? I easily comprehended his Tao of blood inheritance. Junior, do you know why that old fart's Tao of blood's secret art is called the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture? It was hard to say whether it was because Black Crow Divine Monarch had been feeling lonely for countless years, but he was very talkative. And Xianxia was perfectly willing to be his conversation partner. Upon hearing those words, Xianxia said, "Please explain, Senior." Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly. The emphasis is placed on the word immortal in the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. It allows a person to become immortal, undying, and indestructible. When you cultivate the Bloodlight Scripture to its limit, you can be reborn from just a single drop of blood. This secret art is the ultimate secret art throughout the entire universe. It incited a reign of terror when it first appeared in the world, and in the end, it ultimately fell into old dog Shui Yao's hands. Xianxia was curious. If you can be reborn from just a single drop of blood, then why did Blood Monster Divine Monarch die in the end? Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. One's lifespan is limited. He simply died of old age. The power of time is extremely cruel. There have been countless heroes throughout the ages, but who among them has managed to escape the clutches of time? Xianxia backed away while attacking ruthlessly and nodded. So Senior obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance? What about the tests earlier? Were they also your doing, Senior? Black Crow Divine Monarch said it himself. He had thoroughly comprehended the Bloodlight Scripture. In that case, why would the various tests for the Tao of Blood Inheritance still remain? That's right. How would this old master find a suitable candidate to possess if I had not done that? Black Crow Divine Monarch readily admitted all the tests in this place were indeed set up by that old dog, Shui Yao, before his death. It's just that this old master used certain means to move them here. This old master initially had his eye on another one of you brats. He seems to have a foundation in the Tao of Blood, so it would save me a lot of effort if I possessed him. But your vitality is so abundant that it is simply outrageous. If I can possess you, I will get double the result with half the effort when cultivating the Bloodlight Scripture in the future. Boy, you can only blame your poor luck for appearing in front of this old master at this time. The person with a foundation in the Tao of Blood that he mentioned was undoubtedly referring to Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland. Among the few people who arrived at the palace in the middle of the lake, he was the only one with a foundation in the Tao of Blood. From what Black Crow Divine Monarch mentioned, Xianxia also learned that all the tests in this place were indeed set up by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in order to pass down his Tao of Blood legacy. They were simply relocated to this area by Black Crow Divine Monarch through unknown means. For a man to retain such great abilities even after his death, Divine Monarchs truly cannot be understood with common sense. Just as Xianxia was feeling amazed, the aura exuding from the gray mist suddenly soared. Immediately following that, an invisible and intangible soul attack shot out from within the gray mist. Xianxia was caught off guard and took the attack straight on as a result. In that instant, his soul became unstable, his mind was greatly shaken, and his entire knowledge sea became turbulent. Even his soul avatar nearly collapsed. This old dog, he's been concealing his real ability. Xianxia was deeply shocked. After seeing Black Crow Divine Monarch getting slashed by the soul-splitting saber and failing to approach him, he had mistakenly assumed that the other party was not that strong. It was not until Black Crow Divine Monarch suddenly unleashed such a terrifyingly powerful attack that he realized his mistake. The other party had been hiding his skills all this while. It was just so that he could catch Xianxia off guard. Thinking about it again, it made perfect sense. The enemy was a Divine Monarch after all. How could he not have a trick or two up his sleeves? If not, how could he have penetrated Xianxia's knowledge sea defenses or even plan on possessing him? Ha ha ha! Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed madly. The scattered mist gathered together again and lunged at Xianxia like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Junior, why did you think this old master kindly explained all of this to you? It's simply to distract you. Youngsters nowadays truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But worry not. This old master will definitely take good care of your body after possessing it. You can also tell me if you have any dying wishes. This old master will fulfill them to the best of his abilities. While he was speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked like he was about to envelop him entirely. At that moment, Yang Kai's dull eyes suddenly regained clarity. He backed away and shouted, "Many thanks for your kindness, senior, but this junior will fulfill his wishes himself. I don't need to trouble you for your help, senior." The soul-splitting saber unleashed another burst of sword light and slashed down diagonally to scatter the gray mist once more. "You?" Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was filled with disbelief. He was nothing more than a remnant soul at the moment, so the power he could exert was limited as a result. Even so, he was still the remnant soul of a divine monarch. How could a trivial Emperor Realm Jr. resist him? And yet, that was exactly what happened just now. The boy in front of him had recovered in a matter of moments, causing the plans he believed were foolproof to go horribly wrong. Yang Kai did not give Black Crow Divine Monarch the slightest chance to approach him again. Having suffered once just now, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He reached out a hand when the sword light came slashing down and his spiritual energy surged violently as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus!" A lotus suddenly blossomed in the middle of the gray mist. The flower was as white as jade and looked extremely delicate, as if it might be blown apart by a gentle breeze. However, this very flower was swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of the gray mist. With this power, the flower bloomed quickly and several layers of lotus petals unfurled magnificently. "Ah!" Black Crow Divine Monarch's screams of rage and agony came from within the gray mist. The blossoming lotus secret technique consumed a lot of energy to unleash, but it would use the enemy's own spiritual energy as nutrients to bloom after it was activated. It was a move with unlimited potential. If this attack struck an opponent of similar strength, their soul would immediately suffer heavy damage. Unfortunately, the power of Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul was simply on a different scale. Yang Kai immediately clenched his fist after unleashing the blossoming lotus and shouted, "Sealed Lotus!" Another huge lotus appeared, directly wrapping the gray mist within its petals. It practically presented the exact opposite situation compared to when the blossoming lotus secret technique first appeared. This huge lotus swiftly closed and turned into a bud, sealing the gray mist within its petals so that it was plunged into an endless darkness. Honk! A huge force exploded from inside the flower and the entire lotus was torn apart immediately. The gray mist came rushing out aggressively from within the lotus and charged at Yang Kai viciously. Black Crow Divine Monarch roared in fury, "Your resistance is futile, Junior. This old master will not allow you to act so impudent in front of me." It was not until this moment that he finally revealed his true power. At the beginning, he had only wanted to numb Yang Kai's will so that it was easier for him to take over his body. He was a remnant soul after all, so what little remained of his strength was running out and he had to use that power sparingly. Otherwise, he might be wiped out before he could even possess Yang Kai. That would make him the greatest laughingstock of all time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura, which was concealed until now, soared. It was more than twice as strong as before, and the attacks of the soul-splitting saber did not have much effect on him. It simply slashed through the gray mist but did not delay or force him back in any way. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's expression remained as calm as before. His large hand slammed down in the direction of the gray mist once more as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus." "Little bastard!" Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. He had been struck by that soul-secret technique just now. Even judging the attack from the heights he achieved in the past, it was an ingenious idea even though the power behind it was not worth mentioning. The strength of the attack was weak, but that was related to the strength of the user. He believed that the power behind this attack would only increase steadily as Yang Kai's cultivation improved over time. The gray mist dissipated on its own, turning into a trail of gray vapor as though to avoid the blossoming lotus secret technique. Unfortunately, this place was within Yang Kai's knowledge sea and he was very sensitive to all the changes that occurred. How could he allow the gray mist to avoid his attack? The flower appeared again and the flower petals of the lotus bloomed magnificently. Black Crow Divine Monarch screamed in agony but did not stop in place. Enduring the pain in his soul, he charged towards Xianxia as though desperate to take over his body right then and there. Sealed Lotus. Black Crow Divine Monarch was livid as he roared, "Junior, do you only know these two tricks?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was wrapped in a huge lotus once more. Although he soon broke out of the shackles, the delay gave Xianxia some breathing space and allowed him to put some distance between them. It's not about how new your tricks are, but whether they work or not. Whilst fleeing, Xianxia observed the changes of Black Crow Divine Monarch, and what he saw made his heart sink. It truly was the remnant soul of a divine monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had received at least several hundred hits from the soul-splitting saber, in addition to 2 rounds of the Blossoming Lotus and Sealed Lotus secret techniques, since he first revealed himself. However, the gray mist had not changed much at all. In other words, the damage he suffered was extremely limited. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch was about to explode with anger. He originally thought that he could succeed at taking over this boy's body in an instant, but he had yet to succeed even after all the unexpected twists and turns. For some inexplicable reason, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It was just that he had no time to think about it at the moment. As soon as he broke free of the restraints, he charged towards Xianxia again. Blossoming Lotus. Sealed Lotus. The 2 self-created soul secret techniques were unleashed repeatedly. The former was a method to attack one's enemy while the latter was a means to restrain one's enemy. 2 souls were engaged in a chase inside Xianxia's knowledge sea, caught in a life-and-death contest. At the beginning, Black Crow Divine Monarch had cursed and yelled in exasperation. Later, he no longer called out so loudly. He simply said coldly, "Junior, let's see how long you can keep this up. The burden on your body from casting these soul secret techniques is not small. Sooner or later, the power in your knowledge sea will be depleted. Let's see how you resist this old master then. Once I take over your body, I will definitely kill all your friends and family. I will sell your women to the cheapest whorehouse and force them to take customers every single day." Xianxia was furious. "Old dog, you court death." Black Crow Divine Monarch snickered. "This old master gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to appreciate the opportunity one gave you. Who else can you blame but yourself? How dare a trivial Emperor Realm boy?" His sentence trailed off all of a sudden. The gray mist that had been chasing Xianxia relentlessly also came to a halt. Seeming to sense something, he silently perceived his surroundings and immediately cried out in alarm, "No, that's impossible. You are just an Emperor Realm Junior. How can you have such powerful spiritual energy?" He finally realized what that nagging feeling in his heart was. Having been focused on trying to take over Xianxia's body, he did not think too much about other things. It was only at this moment that he realized something. How could an Emperor Realm cultivator be this powerful? This person's spiritual energy was almost on par with a common low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was not the most important thing, though. The most important point was that Xianxia had unleashed so many soul attacks earlier, so logically speaking, his spiritual energy should have been exhausted long ago. Even if it was not depleted, it should have gone down considerably. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's perception told him that Xianxia's knowledge sea remained as plentiful as ever. There were no signs of depletion at all. In other words, Xianxia was still in peak condition. "Are you not an Emperor Realm cultivator?" Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Even his voice became 1 pitch higher. The anger on Xianxia's face disappeared in an instant, and he floated just above his knowledge sea as he looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch lightly. "You must be joking, Divine Monarch. What else can I be if not an Emperor Realm Junior? I am indeed an Emperor Realm cultivator. Guaranteed exchange if not genuine. How do you still try to deceive me, Junior? How can an Emperor Realm brat have such powerful spiritual energy? You unleashed so many soul attacks earlier. How is it possible that your spiritual energy shows no signs of depletion?" After saying that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seemed to discover something. "Wait, your knowledge sea itself is strange." Gray and wispy attacks suddenly shot out of the gray mist and slammed into Xianxia's knowledge sea. The sea became turbulent, revealing the 7-colored island hiding below. An inexplicable aura immediately leaked out from that seven-colored island. It was extremely mysterious, almost as though it contained some sort of grand Tao. This is... Black Crow Divine Monarch stared fixedly at the seven-colored island. Immediately after that, he reacted as though he made an amazing discovery and exclaimed in shock, "Soul-warming lotus. Seven-colored soul-warming lotus. You sure are well-informed, Divine Monarch. Your vision is indeed sharp. This junior is impressed," Xianxia said lightly, stretching out his hand. The seven-colored island flew out of his knowledge sea and transformed into a seven-color lotus. It bloomed with a dazzling light, floating just beneath his feet. Since it had been discovered, then there was no need to hide it any longer. Xianxia figured he would just display it proudly. It would also serve as a form of deterrent. Above his knowledge sea, Xianxia's soul avatar stood silently on the soul-warming lotus and stared at the gray mist calmly. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had a physical body right now, he would be dripping with cold sweat. He spoke in a voice full of disbelief. "Junior, were you plotting against me all this time?" If he remembered correctly, Xianxia had appeared panicked and flustered several times before. Only now did he realize that there was no reason for Xianxia to panic when the latter had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. It was clearly all just a ruse. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure that constantly nourished the soul. Moreover, the lotus in front of him shone with seven colors. With such a foundation, Xianxia's soul was a virtually indestructible existence, and his spiritual energy would be replenished at many times the average rate. He was hoping to possess Xianxia when he exhausted himself, but now such hopes were clearly nothing more than an illusion. "I simply replied in kind." Xianxia glanced at the gray mist faintly. How could he possibly hold back after learning that the other party was the remnant soul of a divine monarch? Who knew what kind of means these divine monarchs might have? Black Crow Divine Monarch gnashed his teeth in hatred. The gray mist shifted erratically for some time, indicating the fluctuations in his mood. He was currently stuck in this situation with no way out, so he was secretly feeling regretful. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen the junior with the foundation in the Tao of Blood instead. At the beginning, he simply felt that Xianxia's aura was much more vibrant, which would be more advantageous when cultivating the Bloodlight scripture in the future. From the looks of the situation, though, he walked himself right into a deep pitfall. There was no way to extricate himself now that he was so deeply trapped in this situation. "Divine Monarch, you asked if this junior only knows those two tricks." Xianxia leisurely lifted his hand while speaking. A sense of crisis suddenly filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul, and he instinctively realized that Xianxia was going to unleash a far more dangerous move. "Now I can finally answer your question, Divine Monarch. This junior indeed has another trick. But I wonder if you'll appreciate it." After saying that, Xianxia gestured forward with his hand and commanded, "Consume him!" A loud buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. Immediately after that, small black dots suddenly flew out from a bracelet on Xianxia's wrist. Those black dots were innumerable and soon turned into a large black cloud that swiftly enveloped the gray mist. Black Crow Divine Monarch was extremely horrified as he shrieked in terror, soul-devouring insects. Those small black dots were not black dots at all. There were distinct and oddly shaped insects. It was not as if Black Crow Divine Monarch had never seen soul-devouring insects before. These kinds of exotic insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy and could be said to be the natural nemesis of all souls. That was also precisely the reason why they had a hard time surviving or reaching maturity, because most cultivators who came across them would exterminate them while they were still young and weak. Generally speaking, it was difficult for even mature soul-devouring insects to threaten cultivators who were in the Tao source realm and above. However, these soul-devouring insects far surpassed his cognition. Each insect exuded a ferocious aura that caused Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul to feel terrified. He was almost certain that things would not end well for him if he were to be enveloped by this cloud of insects. No matter how powerful his soul was, he could not withstand the devouring of these insects. His guess was right. Xianxia had the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, so his spiritual energy was virtually inexhaustible. As such, there was no need to worry about his soul being damaged. He could safely use his own spiritual energy to rear these insects. After so many years, how could they not become powerful? If Black Crow Divine Monarch had been at his peak, he might not have been threatened by this cloud of insects. Unfortunately, he was currently just a weakened remnant soul. He was nothing but delicious food in front of these soul-devouring insects. The soul-devouring insects had been dormant when Yang Kai hid them inside the insect enslavement bracelet earlier, but now that they were released, they eagerly swarmed towards the gray mist like a cat that had caught the scent of a delicious fish. Black Crow Divine Monarch gave a strange cry before turning and fleeing. The cloud of insects followed closely behind, relentlessly giving chase standing on top of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai coldly watched from the sidelines. Black Crow Divine Monarch was not the first person to invade his knowledge sea, or even the first person to try and possess him. However, anybody who dared to invade his knowledge sea had suffered a tragic ending. All of this was thanks to the soul-warming lotus. It was certainly worthy of being known as a supreme treasure. Not only did it nourish his soul over the years, but it also made his spiritual energy become unimaginably powerful. It was what allowed him to turn certain defeat into victory numerous times in the past. Could be said that Yang Kai would have died countless times by now if not for the soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure that he obtained a long time ago had helped him a lot throughout his journey on the martial Tao. Thus, he was very grateful for it. It had to be said that Black Crow Divine Monarch was both cunning and resourceful. This place was within Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so his soul would naturally be subjected to some amount of suppression. Even so, he was extremely fleet-footed in his escape. The cloud of soul-devouring insects could not do anything to him. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai sent out a few thoughts. The cloud of soul-devouring insects immediately split into 4 and transformed into 4 columns of black smoke. These 4 columns of black smoke moved in 4 separate directions to chase and encircle Black Crow Divine Monarch. This time around, Black Crow Divine Monarch fell into a dangerous situation. Although he was struggling hard, he could not escape from the jaws of the soul-devouring insects. The gray mist was soon covered in a layer of black insects. The soul-devouring insects silently and constantly fed on his soul and devoured his spiritual energy. It made him scream in agony. Even the speed of his escape became significantly slower. The moment he slowed down, even more soul-devouring insects latched onto him. It only took several tens of breaths for the gray mist to be completely shrouded in the cloud of black insects. Junior, let me off. This old master can teach you the true grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture and bring you to the blood monster divine palace to receive Shui Yao's inheritance in exchange. The true grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture? Yang Kai frowned at those words. Are you saying that what we saw before is fake? Those are real. Otherwise, how would people be able to circulate it smoothly? If not, you would not have passed those tests earlier, nor would you have reached the palace in the middle of the lake. But the blood-light scripture that this old master carved on his skeleton is fake. This old master modified several parts. You sure are evil, old dog. Yang Kai cursed. Let me go and I will hand over the real blood-light scripture. Your vitality is so abundant, so if you can cultivate the bloodlight scripture, you will have twice the result with half the effort. It won't take even 1,000 years for you to become the next blood monster divine monarch. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Stop trying to tempt me. This king cultivates the grand Tao of space. The Tao of blood is useless to me. If not because he wanted to obtain the 7th order monster core reward, Yang Kai might not have interfered in this chaos in the first place. The grand evolution immortal blood-light scripture might be amazing, but it was not very attractive to him. Black Crow Divine Monarch kept trying though. Of course, it's good to have your own Tao, but the blood-light scripture is a miraculous creation. If you cultivate it to the limits, you can even resurrect from a single drop of blood. You will be immortal and indestructible. Doesn't that tempt you at all? Blood Monster Divine Monarch died. What do you mean by immortal and indestructible? Yang Kai snorted with disdain. The Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. Even if you don't need the Tao of Blood, don't tell me you don't want Shui Yao's inheritance? It's the inheritance of an 8th order open heaven realm master. If you obtain that, you will instantly become wealthy beyond your imagination. Yang Kai faintly said, of course I want it. How can I not want it? But I don't trust you. The other party was a divine monarch after all. It was better for him to just ignore such tempting words. If he really became interested, then he would surely be devoured to the point where even his bones would be gone. The words of this old fox who had lived for countless millennia were incomparably shrewd. How could they be so easy to deal with? "Junior, do you really plan to kill this old master?" Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously. "You wanted to possess me, Divine Monarch. Why should I show you mercy? Time is running out. Divine Monarch, please stop resisting and just hurry up and die. How you vexed this old master." Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. If he was given another chance to choose, he would never have tried to possess Xianxia. Unfortunately, things had already progressed to this point where regret would not make a difference. Thus, he ruthlessly made up his mind and snarled, "Junior, if you want this old master to die, then don't think you will get off easily either. This old master will fight you to the death." While saying so, the gray mist that was covered in a layer of soul-devouring insects abruptly turned around and charged towards Xianxia. A terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation came from within the gray mist, and it was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch was about to unleash a powerful secret technique. How could Xianxia dare to take the desperate soul attack of a remnant high-rank open heaven realm master's soul lightly? He immediately drew upon the power of the soul-warming lotus. 7-colored light shone brightly, wrapping around his soul avatar. With the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he would not be defeated regardless of how mighty the attack unleashed by his opponent. Xianxia had only finished preparing when the gray mist arrived in front of him. The gray mist slammed into the 7-color light barrier without any hesitation whatsoever. Violent spiritual energy burst out, killing countless soul-devouring insects that were latched onto the gray mist in an instant, while the rest were sent flying by the impact. The 7-color light barrier shuddered fiercely, and even Xianxia, who was standing atop the soul-warming lotus, felt the impact shaking his soul. He couldn't help feeling shocked. The desperate struggle of a divine monarch's remnant soul was certainly impressive. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. A buzzing sound rang out as the soul-devouring insects that were sent flying earlier swarmed towards the gray mist once more. It didn't take long for them to devour the gray mist cleanly. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Has Black Crow Divine Monarch died? Even though the last attack was very powerful, Xianxia couldn't help feeling that it was more show than substance. It didn't feel right. Just as Xianxia was mulling over this matter, he suddenly grunted as he could feel that his soul defenses had been torn open and something was fleeing from his knowledge sea. It was all a diversion to escape. Resentment filled Xianxia's heart. He had taken all sorts of countermeasures and guarded against countless possibilities. But in the end, he still allowed Black Crow Divine Monarch to escape. He had assumed that Black Crow Divine Monarch's attack was a last-ditch attempt born out of desperation. But who could have known that the other party was simply making a feint? It was uncertain what kind of secret technique it was, but Black Crow Divine Monarch managed to separate out a thread of his consciousness. By doing so, he attracted the attention of Xianxia and the soul-devouring insects, while the rest of his remnant soul immediately found a chance to escape. He truly is an old fox. Cunning indeed. Nevertheless, what Black Crow Divine Monarch did would severely damage his foundation even though he survived. In the beginning, he had been slashed countless times by Xianxia with the soul-splitting saber. Next, he suffered several rounds of the blossoming lotus and sealed lotus secret techniques. Afterward, his soul was gnawed on by the soul-devouring insects. In the end, he was forced to split a thread of his consciousness to fake his death and escape. It could be said that Black Crow Divine Monarch had suffered great losses. It would be a miracle if he even managed to retain half of his spiritual energy from before. Now that he has escaped from my knowledge sea, he will surely try to possess somebody else. Xianxia did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly dragged his mind out of his knowledge sea, opened his eyes and glanced around his surroundings. What he saw shocked him greatly. That was because he was the only one who was safe and sound among all the people present. On the other hand, the vitality of the others was churning violently. The blood mist around their bodies was dense. Moreover, they had pained expressions on their faces like they were enduring great suffering. They were all experiencing cultivation dissonance. Black Crow Divine Monarch himself mentioned that he had modified the second segment of the Bloodlight scripture that he left in his skeleton. Therefore, it would be weirder not to experience cultivation dissonance after cultivating the modified Bloodlight scripture. Only Xianxia escaped this crisis because he was too busy to cultivate this secret art when Black Crow Divine Monarch penetrated his knowledge sea. Xianxia turned his head to look at the people around him and swept his divine sense across the grand hall, but he failed to locate any traces of Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul. Nevertheless, he was certain that the other party was not only still here but had also entered somebody else's body. Black Crow Divine Monarch was most likely in the process of taking over somebody's body right now. It was a pity that Xianxia had no way to determine who Black Crow Divine Monarch was trying to possess. A groan came from beside him. It was Chu Huashang sitting next to him who made the sound. At this moment, her complexion was flushed red and the blood mist around her body was literally steaming. She looked like she was in great pain. Xianxia had no time to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch. If he could not find a way to resolve Chu Huashang's current situation, then it was likely that her meridians would be destroyed and she would become a cripple. Coming to stand behind her with a flash, Xianxia slapped his palm against her back and circulated his strength. He poured his own power into her body, attempting to restore her chaotic vitality and emperor qi to order. Although she was experiencing dissonance in her cultivation, it had not been long since it began. She instinctively realized that something was wrong, so she did not reject his help and willingly cooperated with him instead. Soon after, her churning vitality gradually calmed down. The entire process only took about half a cup of tea's time. Her complexion softened and her blood qi that had been churning like boiling water became calm once more. She slowly opened her eyes, a trace of lingering fear flashing through her eyes as she said softly, "Many thanks, junior brother." She did not know what had gone wrong. After comprehending the second part of the Bloodlight scripture recorded in the skeleton, her blood qi went out of control and began to boil. Even her consciousness became hazy. If Xianxia had not stepped in to rescue her at that moment, she would have suffered a disastrous fate. "Senior sister, it's more important to treat your wounds immediately," Xianxia said. At the same time, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to her. "Senior sister, listen to me. The Tao of blood inheritance here is a complete conspiracy. It's a trap set up by a guy who has the title Black Crow Divine Monarch." He gave her a simplified explanation of Black Crow Divine Monarch's plot and she was extremely shocked after listening to it. Chu Huashang could never have imagined that there was another Divine Monarch's remnant soul in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Simultaneously, she also came to understand the reason for her cultivation dissonance just now. It turned out that the Bloodlight scripture she comprehended had been maliciously tampered with. "Junior brother, are you saying that Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul is in one of these people's bodies right now?" He replied, "Yes. I suspect that he had already succeeded in possessing one of them." Xianxia's situation was an exception among exceptions. Not only did his spiritual energy exceed other cultivators of the same realm by a wide margin, he also had the soul-warming lotus and extremely powerful soul-devouring insects. Those were the only reasons he could turn the situation around on Black Crow Divine Monarch. Unfortunately, others would not have such deep heritage or equally profound methods. Even if they were the elite disciples of their respective great forces and could grow to become extremely powerful figures in the future, they would still be helpless in front of somebody like Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul could not escape from this palace, otherwise he would not survive for long. If he wanted to live, then he could only continue with his attempt to possess somebody. And they were the only ones in the Grand Hall at the moment. Who else could he possess aside from them? Among these people, there was no doubt that Chu Huashang was safe. That was because she was a woman. If Xianxia were in Black Crow Divine Monarch's shoes, he would never choose to possess a woman's body as it was extremely likely his soul and her body would be incompatible, leading to all sorts of negative consequences in the future. Another important reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch placed great importance on the Bloodlight scripture. As a woman, Chu Huashang's body was inherently inaligned and unsuited to cultivating the Bloodlight scripture. This could be seen from her previous performances. Although she and Pei Wenxian had started comprehending the Bloodlight scripture at the same time, Pei Wenxian would finish faster than her every time. It was out of this consideration that Yang Kai immediately rescued Chu Huashang from her predicament. As for the others, he warily swept his gaze over the rest, feeling troubled. There was no way to determine who had been possessed from their outward appearances. Among them, Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland was undoubtedly the biggest suspect. Black Crow Divine Monarch himself mentioned before that he originally had his eye on the person with a foundation in the Tao of Blood. It was only because Yang Kai's vitality was so abundant that he gave up on his original idea of possessing Zhou Yi. Is it Zhou Yi? Yang Kai fixed his gaze intently upon Zhou Yi's face. Just as he was about to attack Zhou Yi as a test, a roar came from nearby. Immediately after that, Pei Wenxian abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes trembled violently and the demon qi in his body churned vigorously. While roaring loudly, he punched himself hard in the chest. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and his aura weakened significantly as a result. He then immediately got to his feet and glared at the skeleton in front of him furiously while swearing and cursing, "What the hell? This shitty blood light scripture nearly destroyed me." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. I can't believe Pei Wenxian actually freed himself from that state of cultivation dissonance with his own strength. Is it because he is just that talented? Or is it because he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch? If he was possessed, then this performance is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Pei Wenxian's expression was resentful mixed with a hint of lingering fear. There were no flaws in his performance. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's gaze, he turned to look in this direction and exclaimed in amazement, "Ho! That's impressive. Did you break free too? Looks like I underestimated you. It's you. Old dog, die." Yang Kai shouted as he lunged forward at the same time and viciously slammed his fist out at Pei Wenxian, leaving his back wide open. Pei Wenxian's eyes widened. He had not expected Yang Kai to attack him at such a time. Although he had provoked Yang Kai earlier, the situation then and now was completely different. Yang Kai appeared completely unharmed right now while he had only just broken free from cultivation dissonance. He had damaged his foundation as a result, so his strength had been greatly reduced. Even so, Pei Wenxian was still a disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven and had his own pride to uphold. Thus, he laughed fearlessly instead of becoming furious. "Since you're begging for death, this Pei will grant your wish. I'll bring your head back as proof that I completed my mission." Forcefully enduring the pain coming from his body, he pushed his palms forward with great vigor. The demon qi in his body surged like the waves in the sea, suppressing Yang Kai with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's fist turned into a barrage of fist shadows, slamming into the demon qi with little effect. He only managed to resist for a few moments before the demon qi slammed into him, sending his body flying through the air like a paper kite before falling backward. At that moment, Chu Huashang suddenly screamed, "Junior brother, watch out!" Pei Wenxian couldn't help feeling stunned. That was because he saw Zhou Yi, who had been sitting cross-legged all this time while suffering from signs of cultivation dissonance, opening his eyes abruptly. Then, Zhou Yi's figure drifted towards Yang Kai's back like a ghost, his hands stretched out like a claw, aiming straight for Yang Kai's heart. Not far away, Chu Huashang tried her best to rush forward to provide support. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was falling in the direction of Zhou Yi, so there was no way she could reach him in time. By the time she arrived, he would already be a corpse. Why did Zhou Yi launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai? The sudden turn of events left Pei Wenxian feeling confused. Be that as it may, he could not be happier. He was severely injured at the moment, so it was inconvenient for him to engage in protracted battle. If Yang Kai was killed by Zhou Yi, then it would save him a lot of trouble. While watching coldly from the sidelines, he suddenly felt that something did not add up. That was because Yang Kai's expression was so calm that it was terrifying. Besides, this guy isn't that weak, right? It was rumored that Yang Kai had defeated Yu Luosha in one move in the Azura arena. Even if the rumors had exaggerated the truth, it made no sense for him to be sent flying with a single blow, much less from a hasty attack made by him right after having suffered from cultivation dissonance and receiving heavy damage as a result. This bastard is up to something. A thought crossed Pei Wenxian's mind as he knit his brow. At this moment, a harsh and ear-splitting sound of metal rubbing against each out rang out. Sparks flew all over the place. Xianxia spat out fresh blood as though he were struck by lightning and was sent flying back towards Pei Wenxian again. Spinning his body around, he turned and landed not far from him. Pei Wenxian did not make another move. How could he attack again when he could tell that something was wrong? Raising his eyes, he saw that the clothes covering Xianxia's back were in tatters, but a layer of golden scales that looked like dragon scales had appeared in their place. It was just that most of the dragon scales had been blown away at this moment, leaving a bloody wound that stretched across Xianxia's entire back. It was a horrifying sight, and under his gaze, he saw the dragon scales slowly fade and vanish out of sight. Only the bloody wound remained. Not far away, Zhou Yi looked down at his hand with a slightly puzzled look. He seemed surprised that Xianxia had survived his sneak attack. When they came into contact earlier, he distinctly sensed a powerful layer of defense covering Xianxia's body. It was that layer of defense that caused all his previous efforts to come to naught. In the end, he failed to crush Xianxia's heart with his claw hand as a result. Pui, Xianxia turned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lifting his chin, he looked down on Zhou Yi with a condescending expression. "Fooled you, old dog." Attacking Pei Wenxian was a feint. Luring Black Crow Divine Monarch into action was his real aim. In the situation just now, Xianxia had no way of knowing who Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed. There was no way for him to rescue the others under those circumstances. He might not be able to defend himself if Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him while he was busy trying to rescue the others. If Pei Wenxian had really been possessed, then it would be perfect. He could take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch failed to hold back and leaped out first. Even though Xianxia had already prepared himself in advance, he still nearly died at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch. If he had not used his dragon transformation secret art to form dragon scales on his back at the critical moment, he would not have gotten off with such light injuries. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Yi looked at Xianxia calmly. "Are you still going to pretend?" Xianxia looked at Zhou Yi contemptuously. "Does a noble divine monarch really need to act so cautiously in front of a mere junior like me?" "Divine monarch?" Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded by those words. He was also very tempted to ask Xianxia, "What in the world are you talking about? How could a disciple of Thousand Great Bloodland be a divine monarch?" That was a title only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could possess. "Brother Pei, open your eyes wide and look carefully." Xianxia pointed at Zhou Yi. "The person in front of you is not Brother Zhou from Great Thousand Bloodland. He has been possessed by an old ghost by the name of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was imprisoned in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. After Blood Monster Divine Monarch died, he stole Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance and moved it to this place. It was all to lure us here so that he could find a suitable candidate to possess." Pei Wenxian frowned. "How do you know all that?" Xianxia replied, "Because he tried to possess me just now, but he failed. That's why he changed targets and possessed Zhou Wu instead." Pei Wenxian turned to glance at Xianxia. He instinctively felt reluctant to believe his words, choosing instead to believe that Xianxia was up to something nefarious. After all, who in this place could escape if a divine monarch tried to possess them? But Xianxia claimed that the other party had failed to possess him. Zhou Yi said, "Senior brother, you must be joking. This Zhou Wu is true and genuine. How could I have been possessed? On the other hand, you are so wantonly slandering me, senior brother. What tricks are you up to? Are you trying to sow discord among us in order to enjoy all the benefits in this place yourself?" Pei Wenxian, who had been staring at Xianxia suspiciously, immediately turned to look in that direction after hearing those words, as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha!" Xianxia burst into uncontrollable laughter. "How dare you say that you have not been possessed? Let's see how you plan to talk your way out of this now." Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Glancing at Xianxia, he then turned to look at Pei Wenxian and quickly came to a realization. Where did this monarch slip up? From the look on Pei Wenxian's face, he could tell that his lies had been exposed. Therefore, he did not bother to pretend any longer. Pei Wenxian clicked his tongue and replied, "The owner of your body is called Zhou Yi, not Zhou Wu." Zhou Yi immediately understood and nodded lightly in response. Turning to look at Yang Kai approvingly, he said, "Junior, you are cunning and quick-witted indeed. There truly are talented people all over the world." This brat's speech just now revealed nothing suspicious. He even revealed the name Zhou Wu at the end, misleading me into believing that the person I possessed was named Zhou Wu. I simply followed his lead and answered accordingly. Who could have known that this brat's words were meant to mislead and test me? It looks like he was not too sure of his judgment even after I attacked him. That's why he came up with a test like that. Although it is just a simple sentence, it requires extremely quick thinking. This brat has very strong spiritual energy, as well as a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. At this rate, he will surely become extremely powerful once he matures. If I want to kill him, I have to do so now. Or else, I might not be able to in the future. Your affairs have nothing to do with this pay. This pay has more important things to do, so I will take my leave first. While saying that, Pei Wenxian turned and rushed out of the grand hall in a flash. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who popped out of nowhere, gave him an extremely bad feeling. Even though the other party was nothing more than a remnant soul that had just taken over another person's body, it was unknown how much power the enemy could exert. Nevertheless, the other party was a divine monarch. Nothing good would come from remaining in this place, so he decisively made the decision to withdraw. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. This bastard from Myriad Demons Heaven is far too unreliable. How can he avoid taking personal responsibility at a time like this? Hence, he hurriedly said, "Brother Pei, do you really think you can remain uninvolved now that things have reached this point? If I were Black Crow Divine Monarch, I would make sure that nobody walks out of this place alive. How else would I keep my secret hidden? You understand me well, Junior." The man who used to be Zhou Yi but was now Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded in approval. His expression seemed to say that their thoughts were in sync. With a gentle wave of his hand, the entire grand hall suddenly rumbled and all the entrances shut tight. Pei Wenxian paused mid-step. His expression was slightly ugly as he tilted his head to look at Black Crow Divine Monarch. "Old thing, you should have rejoiced when I left you alone. I'm afraid things will now end tragically for you because of your mistake." Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled. "Are all the juniors of the current generation this arrogant? Very good. Very good. The world is more interesting this way. This old master will not be bored." While speaking, his body suddenly shuddered slightly. An inexplicable pulling force surged out of his figure. Immediately after that, several groans rang out. The blood mist surrounding those people sitting cross-legged around the skeleton churned violently and transformed into numerous blood chi dragons that rushed towards him and poured into his body. It was as though his body had turned into a bottomless pit that devoured the blood chi completely. Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help revealing an ecstatic expression as though he was enjoying the most pleasant experience in the world. Following his actions, the vitality of those people dropped swiftly and their bodies withered away. They were experiencing cultivation dissonance already, so they were completely unable to fight back. Moreover, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using one of the Bloodlight Scripture's secret techniques which was compatible with their cultivation dissonance. How could they resist? Both Yang Kai and Chu Huashang felt their scalps tingling in horror at the sight. Although they had comprehended the first part of the Bloodlight Scripture previously, that was just the Bloodlight Scripture secret art. It did not contain any secret techniques. It was not until they saw what Black Crow Divine Monarch did that they realized how cruel the Bloodlight Scripture really was. This was definitely an evil art. However, it was not difficult to understand. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a kind and benevolent man. It stood to reason that the Bloodlight Scripture he cultivated was not a peaceful secret art either. What made Yang Kai even more uneasy was that the aura around Black Crow Divine Monarch's body was climbing steadily with his actions. Although Zhou Yi was originally an elite disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland, he was not that strong. On the other hand, Yang Kai could feel a sense of oppression coming from him after he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. A person who could cultivate to the realm of a divine monarch could not be a soft-hearted weakling. In addition, Black Crow obtained an inheritance like the Bloodlight Scripture. The various unimaginable methods made him even more powerful than before. We can't let him continue any longer. This is definitely the best time to attack. He has only just taken over Zhou Yi. so his soul and his body may not have fully integrated yet. Combined with the fact that Zhou Yi's heritage is limited, it can be said that he is currently at his weakest. He will definitely become much stronger once he completely devours the vitality of those people. Attack! A shout entered Yang Kai's ears as Pei Wenxian was the first to take action. He evidently came to the same conclusion as Yang Kai. While shouting, he pushed his hands forward. A large pitch-black cone sliced through the air and swiftly shot towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. The pitch-black cone was formed from pure demon chi and rotated rapidly, almost like it could even rip through space. Pei Wenxian was not finished yet. Immediately following behind the cone, he lunged forward like a panther. His hands were clawed, stretching towards Black Crow Divine Monarch through the air. All 5 of his fingers contained metal, wood, water, fire, and earth element powers, forming a cycle of the 5 elements which mutually reinforced each other. His power increased significantly as a result. Likewise, Yang Kai's reaction was very fast. In other words, he would have attacked even if Pei Wenxian had not. Black Crow Divine Monarch had invaded his knowledge sea and learned about many of his secrets, not to mention the soul-warming lotus had also been exposed. Black Crow Divine Monarch would never let Yang Kai go. He would definitely target the soul-warming lotus. As a wounded remnant soul, this supreme treasure was exactly what he needed to recover. Yang Kai made a wide sweep with his arm, condensing a large moon blade that slashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang flicked her head back, unraveling the long red ribbon tying her hair up and shooting it towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's chest. Be it Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all 3 of them were not ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators. The latter 2 were core disciples of the 36 Cave Heavens, so it could be said that they stood at the very peak of the Emperor Realm. There were few beneath the Open Heaven Realm who could be their opponents, and even less need be said about Yang Kai. He had already killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, so his strength could not be measured by common sense. The power unleashed by the combined attacks of these 3 was something even Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help but acknowledge. He nodded repeatedly in approval. Good, good. You 3 little ones are very impressive. You will definitely have grand accomplishments in the future. Words of praise came out of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with contempt. Despite facing their combined attacks, he did not step aside nor dodge. On the contrary, he stepped forward all of a sudden. He looked at Yang Kai and shouted, "But, you are too arrogant, Junior. Did you think this is still within your knowledge sea?" He had suffered a terrible defeat within Yang Kai's knowledge sea. He was originally no more than a remnant soul after all. In the end, he was forced to use a sacrificial diversion in order to escape. In contrast, he currently possessed a physical body. With his previous heritage of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, how could he fear 3 measly Emperor Realm Juniors even if his strength was not at his peak anymore? When he took that step forward, a dense blood chi permeated the entire grand hall as though mountains of corpses and seas of blood were going to come crashing down on the 3 of them. Be it Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all 3 of them couldn't help stiffening slightly as an overwhelming sense of helplessness involuntarily flooded their minds. Hong, the demon chi cone slammed into Black Crow Divine Monarch but was rendered useless. The attack was stopped by the dense layer of blood chi more than meter away from its target. On the other hand, Yang Kai's moonblade tore apart Black Crow Divine Monarch's defenses. Unfortunately, its speed dropped sharply after it sank into the blood chi, allowing the latter to easily sidestep the attack. Chu Huashang's hair ribbon had even less to show for her efforts. After sinking into the blood chi, its halo immediately began flickering violently. It lost so much spirituality in an instant that she hurriedly withdrew the ribbon in shock. Even low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not dare to take the combined attacks of these 3 lightly. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch blocked them all with little effort. At the same time, he finished devouring all the blood chi of the other cultivators within the room. Their bodies shriveled up like mummified corpses. Up until their deaths, those people had been clueless about what was going on. It could be said to be extremely tragic. Those who could reach this palace were the best among their respective great forces. They were the strongest among their peers, so their vitality was incredibly robust. Having received nourishment from them, Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura soared madly and reached a level that terrified the three of them. Although he did not have the aura of the open heaven realm, his momentum at this moment was almost as imposing as that of a mid-rank open heaven realm master. In other words, he was a mid-rank open heaven realm master who could not exert the signature power of the open heaven realm. The three of them felt their hearts sinking. If that really were the case, then there was no way for them to win. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch was unable to utilize World Force due to Zhou Yi's lacking heritage, he still had the foundation of a high-rank open heaven realm master. There was no saying just how much strength he could display. The blood chi around him churned violently, making him look like he was covered in a mist of blood. He stared fixedly at Yang Kai and sneered, "Junior, how dare you act so presumptuous before this monarch? I will start with you." While saying that, he suddenly waved his large hand. A rain of blood suddenly fell on Yang Kai from above. The blood rain did not look special in any way, but it obviously contained great power. Yang Kai's figure flickered repeatedly to avoid the blood rain, but contrary to expectations, his perception told him that Black Crow Divine Monarch was ignoring him after the initial move. A hand suddenly reached out from within the blood mist and clawed at Pei Wenxian across the barriers of space. This old dog was truly cunning and insidious. Even when facing these three youngsters, he did not hesitate to use feints and diversions. Thinking about it again, it made sense. Black Crow Divine Monarch coveted Yang Kai's soul-warming lotus. So how could he kill him so easily? He most likely planned to capture Yang Kai alive in order to claim the soul-warming lotus as his own. If he could not kill Yang Kai, then he could only attack Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian had taken the lead to attack him earlier, so he probably held some grudges for that. Yang Kai had not expected Black Crow Divine Monarch to take such actions, and neither did Pei Wenxian. Therefore, the large hand immediately wrapped around Pei Wenxian's neck tightly as a layer of red blood chi swiftly seeped and enveloped the latter. Pei Wenxian had lunged at Black Crow Divine Monarch after unleashing his previous attack. But at this moment, it seemed like he walked straight into his death instead. He was caught off guard and captured almost instantly. Wrapped by the blood chi, Pei Wenxian felt as though something was suppressing the power in his body and blocking his meridians so that his strength could not flow out. He was absolutely horrified. Is this really the power that an Emperor Realm cultivator can exert? Zhou Yi was no more than a disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland. His aptitude and comprehension abilities were incomparable to those of Pei Wenxian. If it were before he was possessed, then Pei Wenxian alone would have been able to defeat 3 to 5 of him without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, he became capable of subduing Pei Wenxian in a single move after being possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was not until this moment that Pei Wenxian finally understood one thing. This might be Zhou Yi's body, but the Zhou Yi that stood in front of him could no longer be viewed as the same person at all. Die, Junior! Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned, exerting a sudden burst of force in his hand in order to kill Pei Wenxian on the spot. However, his brow twitched at that moment and a huge sense of crisis enveloped him as the aura of death loomed over him. Pei Wenxian's identity token that had been hanging at his waist suddenly burst out with dazzling white light. It was extremely blinding, so blinding that it breached the blood-colored sea even through the thick blood mist. The white light leaped out from the identity token like a bolt of candlelight. It was not very conspicuous at first, but the light exploded in an instant to transform into a blade of overwhelming demon chi. Then, the blade came slashing down on Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was shocked. How could he dare to remain standing in place after sensing the terrifying power contained in this strike? Releasing his grip on Pei Wenxian, he turned into a ray of blood light and quickly retreated. However, he could not escape the power of this blade no matter how he tried to dodge. The blade slashed down and a scream rang out. The bloodlight was split into two, revealing two bloody halves of a body. Pei Wenxian landed heavily, coughing hard with his hands clutching at his neck. He glared fiercely at Zhou Yi's corpse that had been sliced in half and ground his teeth. "How dare you mess with me, old dog? How dare you attack me? Serves you right for ending up dead." He let out a gloomy laughter that sounded quite ghastly. While he was speaking, the identity token hanging around his waist cracked and shattered before turning into dust. Yang Kai was amazed by the sight, He had long known about the identity tokens carried by the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. These identity tokens not only symbolized their personal status but also contained a divine ability granted by their elders to protect them. It would automatically be activated in the event that their lives were in danger. Although it could only be used once, it could save their lives at a critical moment. Just like what happened here. Xianxia suspected that even a mid-rank open heaven realm master might not have been able to withstand that attack if taken head-on. Pei Wenxian's honored master was definitely a high-rank open heaven realm master. Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed Zhou Yi, and while he had the heritage of a high-rank open heaven realm master, he was limited by Zhou Yi's body. Combined with the fact that he was a wounded remnant soul, the strength that he could exert at this moment was far from his peak. How could he come out unscathed after being hit by a divine ability like that? This old guy has been plotting for countless years only to suffer such a tragic ending when he finally succeeded in possessing somebody. I'm sure that he himself never anticipated such an outcome. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Zhou Yi's body had been sliced into two, but Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul remained nowhere to be seen. Hence, Xianxia did not let down his guard and instead released his divine sense to guard against anything that might happen. Under his close watch, Xianxia was surprised to discover something strange about the crimson blood flowing out of the corpse that had been sliced in two. The blood seemed to be guided by some sort of pulling force, gathering together from all directions and quickly merging back into one. In the next moment, the two halves of the corpse suddenly joined down the middle and were patched together once more. The tightly closed eyes of Black Crow Divine Monarch reopened at this moment, and he slowly climbed up from the floor. Inside the Grand Hall, Xianxia and the two others were dumbfounded by the sight. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture really does live up to its reputation. Ha 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 ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch cackled uncontrollably. When he first stood up, there remained a wound that resembled an obvious bloodline extending from the middle of his forehead down to his neck and further down his body where his skin was exposed. However, this wound quickly disappeared while he was laughing. His outward appearance at this moment seemed completely intact. Only his aura was significantly lower than before. Pei Wenxian was shocked and terrified. I can't believe that this old dog is still alive. I saw him being sliced in half with my own eyes just now. How is he still perfectly fine? Even Xianxia found the sight in front of him difficult to believe, but he then remembered what Black Crow Divine Monarch told him before. Supposedly, if one were to cultivate the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture to its limits, they could even be reborn from a single drop of blood. One would be practically immortal and indestructible as a result. Those words were certainly an exaggeration. Nevertheless, the current situation indicated that the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture was indeed an extraordinary secret art. The Blood Light Scripture was definitely the reason why Black Crow Divine Monarch could come back to life. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had just gotten back to his feet, cracked his neck and coldly said, "Junior, stop resisting. You will not be able to defeat this monarch with your abilities. Why bother wasting your energy and suffering in vain? You must be joking, Divine Monarch. Even ants fight to survive, much less cultivators like us." Xianxia shouted. Black Crow Divine Monarch sneered and turned around to look at Xianxia. Do you think this monarch is reluctant to kill you? If you think so, you are very wrong. I will definitely get what I want even after killing you. He gently nodded while speaking. I've decided. I'll start with you. The words had just left Black Crow Divine Monarch's mouth when Xianxia immediately took out a wooden token from his space ring and hung it around his waist. He then grinned at Black Crow Divine Monarch with a smug look. Go ahead. Try if you dare. Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced at the wooden token fearfully, his face twitching at the sight. The incident earlier had traumatized him as he had been ignorant of the situation. Just as he was prepared to kill Pei Wenxian, he was cut down by the divine ability sealed within the identity token that hung from Pei Wenxian's waist. If not for the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, he would have died from that attack. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. He now felt very troubled whenever he saw such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kai's wooden token and Pei Wenxian's identity token were completely different items. This wooden token was given to him by the proprietress previously. It was engraved with an inexplicable pattern of a totem. She had claimed that it was a favor. Therefore, there was no divine ability sealed within. On the other hand, he also held a divine ability bead that was given to him by the proprietress. That was his greatest trump card. Black Crow Divine Monarch gave Yang Kai a hateful look. Then he turned to look at Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was no fool either, so she gently reached out and tapped the identity token hanging at her waist. These juniors are too much. Black Crow Divine Monarch felt a great sense of hatred. Divine Monarch, if you wish to kill somebody, then there's a good candidate right there. Yang Kai pointed in Pei Wenxian's direction. You died at his hands just now. It's a good opportunity for you to take revenge for what happened. Pei Wenxian was already coughing, but he nearly spat blood at those words. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Yang Kai, this Pei will never forgive you if I die in this place. Not even if I turn into a ghost. Yang Kai replied scornfully, what has that got to do with me? Pei Wenxian was so filled with hatred that his teeth hurt, but there was nothing he could say or do. His identity token had been destroyed, so he no longer had a deterrent. If Black Crow Divine Monarch really attacked him, then he could only fight to the death. I'll do as you wish then. Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded. His body suddenly transformed into a blood ray that charged towards Pei Wenxian. He had been killed by the sword-light divine ability earlier and severely damaged his foundation as a result. At this moment, he desperately needed to replenish his strength. Since he did not dare to touch Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he could only target easy prey like Pei Wenxian. After he slaughtered Pei Wenxian, it would not be too late for him to slowly torture the other two to death. In any case, the Grand Hall had been completely sealed shut, so there was no fear that they might escape. When Pei Wenxian saw that Black Crow Divine Monarch was charging towards him again, he felt a mixture of fear and rage. He let out a fierce roar and his demon chi churned violently. Raising his hand, he summoned his coiling dragon shears and sliced through the blood light with them. The coiling dragon shears was a powerful artifact, and the energy fluctuations that it emitted were by no means weak. Even so, the light flickered erratically when it sank into the blood light and its spirituality dropped sharply. Chu Huashang had encountered the exact same situation just now. The blood light seemed to be extremely damaging and resistant towards artifacts. Pei Wenxian turned pale in shock and involuntarily backed away while hastily forming a set of hand seals with both hands. One after another, a barrage of fierce attacks rained down on the blood light without any restraint. The explosions rang out endlessly as each of these attacks were defeated. The blood light flashed towards him like lightning, continuously shooting out blood-colored blasts from within the blood light. The attacks were so oppressive that he was forced to retreat in a miserable fashion. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch had been cut down once and suffered heavy damage to his foundation as a result, Pei Wenxian was still not capable of being his opponent. Rather, it could even be said that how long Pei Wenxian could last under those attacks was a problem in and of itself. In just a few breaths of time, Pei Wenxian could feel that he had reached his limits. At this moment, he felt the pressure lightening all of a sudden as Black Crow Divine Monarch's evil laugh entered his ears. Junior, you truly are insidious and cunning. Did you think this monarch would not be wary of you? The bloodlight that was approaching him halted without warning, and Pei Wenxian looked up to see that Black Crow Divine Monarch had revealed his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch had one hand blocking an attack to his side. Amidst the dense blood chi, Yang Kai had arrived with a spear in his hands at some point in time. It was just that he was trapped in the blood chi. It was like being stuck in a quagmire, making his movements extremely sluggish. That was not all. Sizzling sounds were coming from his body, and it was obvious that the blood chi was corroding away at him. Pei Wenxian immediately understood the situation. Yang Kai's sneak attack caused Black Crow Divine Monarch to have no choice but to focus on dealing with him. That was definitely the reason why the pressure had suddenly eased off him just now. Could even be said that it was Yang Kai who rescued Pei Wenxian at the critical moment. Even so, Pei Wenxian was not grateful. This bastard sent Black Crow Divine Monarch after me. How abominable! Taking advantage of Black Crow Divine Monarch's distraction, Pei Wenxian's figure flashed consecutively, finally putting some distance between him and the other party, which gave him some breathing space. As one of myriad demons' heaven's core disciples, he was practically an invincible existence among those beneath the open heaven realm. The fact that he could be defeated in such a short span of time only served to show just how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was. Moreover, this was after Black Crow Divine Monarch had been killed already. If this were before he had suffered death once, how much strength could he have exerted? For a moment, Pei Wenxian was both thankful and frustrated. He was thankful that Black Crow Divine Monarch was heavily injured at the moment, but frustrated that his identity token was gone as a result. Inside the blood chi that resembled a quagmire, Yang Kai's movements were sluggish, but his expression was calm as he roared, "Break!" A small pitch-black light appeared at the top of the azure dragon spear. When this pitch-black dot appeared, it was only the size of a pea. However, it immediately expanded wildly and turned into a massive black hole. Everything instantly collapsed. Rupture. Blood chi poured into the black hole that appeared and vanished into nothingness, allowing Yang Kai to break free of its restraints and thrust his spear straight at Black Crow Divine Monarch. This attack was made in a direct, seemingly straightforward, simple, and ordinary manner. However, it contained intense murderous intent, perfectly demonstrating the strength of Yang Kai's personal spear technique. The Tao of Space. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes. He distinctly felt the fluctuation of the space principles at that moment. Moreover, he could infer from those fluctuations that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were superb. As those words left his mouth, the spear sliced through the air towards him. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to avoid the attack but was surprised to find that it had sealed off all his paths of retreat. There was no way to dodge. The spear pierced through his head and came out through the back. If it were a normal cultivator, they would not have survived after receiving such heavy injuries. But the person who received this wound was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch, who even revived after being sliced clean in half. Yang Kai did not reveal the slightest hint of joy at succeeding. The truth was that this attack had not affected Black Crow Divine Monarch in any significant way. Although the Azure Dragon Spear had pierced Black Crow Divine Monarch's head, Yang Kai had not felt the sense of having stabbed anything. It was as though Black Crow Divine Monarch's head did not contain any resistance whatsoever at that moment. "Boy, where did you get this spear?" Black Crow Divine Monarch asked in surprise. He had a good eye, so he instantly noticed just how extraordinary the Azure Dragon Spear was. This brat is not only proficient in the Tao of Space, but also in possession of such an astounding treasure. He probably comes from quite a prominent background. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Just die, old dog. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The spear trembled slightly and a jet-black flame suddenly spread out across its length, igniting Black Crow Divine Monarch's head. Ah! Black Crow Divine Monarch screamed loudly and his body abruptly retreated backward. The hole in the middle of his forehead swiftly sealed up, leaving him uninjured. Be that as it may, the pitch-black flames continued to burn him, causing him to suffer excruciating pain as he screamed in horror. Golden Crow's true fire! You condensed the Golden Crow's true fire? While screaming, his heart flooded with a deep sense of regret. He had tried to possess Yang Kai earlier, but in the end, he suffered miserably inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea and severely damaged his foundation in the process. He had been forced to separate out a thread of his consciousness in order to create a diversion to escape. When he finally possessed Zhou and obtained a physical body, he thought that it would be easy for him to get rid of the juniors around him. But how could he have known that Yang Kai would wield a high-rank element power? Not to mention, this was the Golden Crow's true fire that was said to be able to burn everything in existence. Didn't that mean this boy condensed high-rank open heaven elements? If Yang Kai could even condense the Golden Crow's true fire, then condensing the other high-rank elements clearly would not be a problem. In other words, this boy had the qualifications to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. What terrifying aptitude! How many people throughout the ages have been capable of breaking through directly to the high-rank open heaven realm? It was impossible to imagine what kind of achievements Yang Kai would have in the future with such a high starting point. Therefore, Black Crow Divine Monarch was wallowing in regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have given up on trying to possess Xianxia no matter what. He would have fought to the death in order to possess Xianxia. Who could say for sure? He might have stood a chance to succeed. It was unfortunate if he lost. But what if he won? Then he would have obtained an extremely high starting point, and his future achievements would be many times higher than that of the past. Unfortunately, he had already possessed Zhou Yi, and nothing would change even if he felt regret. He was originally just a remnant soul. In addition, he had been heavily injured. He no longer had the strength to possess anybody else at the moment. While screaming, his blood qi surged violently to force out the Golden Crow's true fire inside his body. The flames of the Golden Crow's true fire continued to rage without fuel even after falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Xianxia attacked again with a spear. His expression was as calm as jade, but his attacks were as fierce as a dragon's. His spear formed shadows that filled the sky, and every blow landed on Black Crow Divine Monarch's vital points. At the same time, Pei Wenxian attacked from the side with his coiling dragon shears. The coiling dragon shears made a clicking noise every time it opened and closed, constantly cutting away at the blood qi surrounding Black Crow Divine Monarch. Likewise, Chu Huashang was not idle. She held a lute in her hands, strumming the strings lightly. Plucking sounds that resembled the sound of beads clattering onto a jade plate rang out. These sounds transformed into invisible attacks that disturbed Black Crow Divine Monarch's concentration. She also set up countless crimson silk threads that crisscrossed all over the Grand Hall to form a network that hampered Black Crow Divine Monarch's movements. At this moment, Black Crow Divine Monarch was facing 3 enemies at once, thus his situation was disadvantageous for a while. Among the 3 of them, what caused him the greatest headache was not Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears nor Chu Huashang's lute, but Xianxia's azure dragon spear. Each attack from the spear displayed a refinement that was beyond anything he had ever encountered in his life. He simply could not imagine how a cultivator could execute such exquisite spear techniques. It was like watching a famous grandmaster crafting a masterpiece. Each attack from the spear was a work of art. He could understand if it were a cultivator with low strength who wholeheartedly cultivated the spear Dao. Since they lacked strength, they could only make up for their shortcomings with technique. However, skill did not determine victory or defeat in the Emperor realm. What really decided everything was strength. No matter how skilled a person was, it was useless if their strength was inferior to their opponent. It would be one thing if Xianxia's spear technique was simply amazing, but the critical point was that the spear itself was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, the spear was also covered in the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. It truly made Black Crow Divine Monarch suffer greatly as a result. Due to a momentary lapse of concentration, Black Crow Divine Monarch was consecutively stabbed several times by Xianxia. He screamed in pain and had no choice but to force out more blood qi to purge the Golden Crow's true fire that was burning his body. Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears played a huge role in this situation. With every cut he made, he shaved off some of Black Crow Divine Monarch's vitality and caused the latter to weaken steadily. Enough! Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously. With a wave of his hand, 2 spots of blood light suddenly flew out from the skeleton on the round platform. They transformed into a pair of butterfly daggers, 1 for each hand. This artifact was clearly one he used in the past. Furthermore, it was an artifact used by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. It would surely be of high quality. With the twin butterfly daggers in hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch's weakening momentum suddenly soared again. He crossed the twin daggers and brought them down on the azure dragon spear. A mighty force spread out and sent Xianxia flying backwards. The twin daggers in his hands trembled slightly as he turned the 2 blades into a stream of light that shot towards Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian was shocked and immediately used the coiling dragon shears to defend himself. Contrary to his expectations, the coiling dragon shears had only just come into contact with the blade light when they shattered into pieces with a loud explosion. His artifact was unable to stop the blade light, and the strength of the light blade did not weaken as it slashed down on him. How could he afford to care about his pride at such a dangerous moment? He threw himself on the ground like a dog lunging for food, and a large piece of flesh was sliced off his back. Also, Most of the silk thread network that Chu Huashang spent so much effort to arrange was sliced apart and destroyed by the blade light, which did not stop and slashed down at her lute. The sound of strings snapping rang out as they were all cut apart. Chu Huashang spurted out blood and was thrown backwards. Even so, the blade light continued to chase after her, threatening her life. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared with a flash. His spear swept across the blade light and sent it flying as he turned to look at her and asked, "Senior Sister Chu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." She slowly shook her head. Yang Kai immediately spun around and leapt forward. Arriving in front of Black Crow Divine Monarch in the blink of an eye, he stabbed out. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai coldly, neither blocking nor dodging. More importantly, a slightly mocking smile crept onto the corner of his lips. Yang Kai immediately sensed that something was wrong as a huge sense of crisis befell him. At the same time, he saw a blade light coming towards him from the left. It was the blade light that slashed down on Pei Wenxian earlier. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? He immediately drew upon the powers within his Dao seal and formed a dragon shield around his body to protect himself. The Kaki's yellow dragon shield had only just formed when the blade light came slashing down. The sound of something shattering rang out and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai retreated by several tens of meters with a new wound at his waist, one so deep that bone was showing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's gaze was scorching. A high-rank earth element power. The Dragon Shield secret technique was obviously formed from a high-rank earth element power. Combined with the Golden Crow's true fire that Yang Kai displayed earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch became more and more convinced that Yang Kai was aiming to become a high-rank open heaven realm master directly. This brat is definitely a rare genius. Yang Kai lowered his head to gaze at the wound on his waist. The spear in his hand trembled slightly as he lifted it with one hand and stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch mockingly. "Seems a Divine Monarch is nothing much." Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted. "What an arrogant mouth you have, boy. I will make you beg for mercy on your knees soon enough." While saying so, his body jerked slightly and took the initiative to fall apart of his own volition. He transformed into hundreds of thousands of blood crows that cawed loudly. They covered the sky as they threw themselves at Yang Kai. Yang Kai kicked off against the ground and backed away but kept his eyes forward. He realized that his enemy feared his golden crow's true fire. That was why he created hundreds of thousands of blood crows to confuse him. He did not know what kind of secret technique it was that could produce such shocking effects, and it did not look like part of the orthodox bloodlight scripture. It was most likely Black Crow Divine Monarch's own divine ability. Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out from all around. "Boy, this monarch believes that you have a bright future ahead of you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can spare your life." Possessing Yang Kai was no longer an option, but subduing and taking Yang Kai under him could also be considered a kind of compensation. The brat was a genius who could probably advance into the high-rank open heaven realm in the future. So accepting Yang Kai as his subordinate was not a bad idea. His voice floated around, giving no hint of his true location. There was no way for anybody to figure out which blood crow his soul was hiding in. If it were anybody else, they would have no means of attacking in this situation. However, Yang Kai put the azure dragon spear away and summoned a bottle gourd instead. He pointed the mouth of the gourd forward and grinned wickedly. "This junior is honored by your offer and would like to offer a gift to show his thanks, Divine Monarch. Please accept it." While saying so, he activated the power of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd, sending a blinding light pouring out of it to sweep across the flock of blood crows. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was a 6th-order metal element power, and even a low-rank open heaven realm master would need to use their world force to block it. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch withstand this attack? Countless blood crows were struck by the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light and instantly riddled with holes, dropping to the ground while cawing loudly before turning into puddles of blood. In just a few breaths of time, 20% of the blood crows were destroyed while the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light poured out strongly and continuously. Although those blood crows were numerous, they could not penetrate the defenses of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, much less approach Yang Kai. Chu Huashang hurriedly came to stand behind Yang Kai, lest Black Crow Divine Monarch attack her. On the other hand, Pei Wenxian also scrambled on all fours and ran over. Yang Kai turned to faintly glance at him, causing the former's face to twitch slightly, but he did not know what to say. Pei Wenxian was feeling very complicated. It was not as if he had never heard about how Yang Kai defeated Yu Luosha in one move in the Azura arena. The truth was that this information had quickly spread far and wide after the incident, so many people knew about it. However, he had not believed those rumors. That was because he knew how capable Yu Luosha was. She might not be as strong as him, but she was not much weaker either. Core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like themselves were capable of fighting to a certain extent even if they encountered a low-rank open heaven realm master. Therefore, the reason Yang Kai defeated Yu Luosha in one move when they were in the same realm was either a sneak attack or Yu Luosha had greatly underestimated her opponent. When Pei Wenxian met Yang Kai at the Blood Lake, he wanted to test his ability. It was just that Chu Huashang had stepped in to stop him at the time, so he could only give up. He had been feeling extremely unconvinced as a result. But by the looks of things, it was fortunate that Chu Huashang had intervened back then. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself instead. He was practically helpless against Black Crow Divine Monarch's attacks, and it had taken all his strength just to fight back just a few times. Even his coiling dragon shears were destroyed in the process. On the other hand, Yang Kai was able to hold his ground against the enemy with confidence. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Such talent was completely unheard of, and his ability to defeat Yu Luosha in one move no longer seemed like an exaggeration now. Pei Wenxian had always thought highly of himself, so he couldn't help feeling rather deflated at the moment. Blood crows flew about within the spacious grand hall, cawing loudly. It was very distracting. The Yuan magnetic divine light flashed brightly. Thanks to the sixth-order metal element power, the countless blood crows could not approach them. Once in a while, the occasional blood crow would manage to penetrate the defenses, but they were killed by Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian in short order. Every single blood crow they killed would transform into a strand of crimson blood chi that dissipated in the grand hall. All of a sudden, the hundreds of thousands of blood crows gathered and merged together once more to return to their original appearance. It was just that Black Crow Divine Monarch's complexion was slightly paler compared to before. His aura was also no longer at its peak, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. Kill! Yang Kai turned the mouth of the gourd around, and the Yuan magnetic divine light immediately gushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. At the same time, he reached out his free hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. With a flash of his body, Yang Kai charged towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian immediately followed suit. They were both well-versed in grasping the flow of the battle. Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura was obviously at an all-time low, so with the opportunity to defeat him right in front of their eyes, how could they not act? 3 figures attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch, surrounding him from 3 different directions. Yang Kai took the lead while Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang supported him from the side. They did not engage Black Crow Divine Monarch too much and only attacked whenever the opportunity arose. With the combined forces of these 3, the battle with Black Crow Divine Monarch instantly became extremely heated. However, the 3 of them became increasingly frightened the longer they fought. At this moment, it was clear that Black Crow Divine Monarch's strength had dropped sharply. Even so, he continued to fight them on equal footing. It just went to show how powerful he used to be. Luckily, the 3 of them had whittled down a considerable amount of his blood chi earlier. Otherwise, it would have been an extremely dangerous battle for them. Inside the tightly shut grand hall, the lights of various secret techniques and artifacts flared blindingly. At the same time, these lights were accompanied by several groans and grunts. It didn't matter whether it was Black Crow Divine Monarch or Yang Kai's party. Both sides were covered in wounds in just a short period. Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood light scripture was extremely troublesome. All the injuries to his body would only cause his vitality to drop by a small margin, while even the most lethal and fatal injuries could not kill him. That was in stark contrast to the situation when Yang Kai and the 2 others were injured. The blood from their wounds seemed to be guided by some kind of invisible force, transforming it into blood mist that gathered around Black Crow Divine Monarch and poured into his body, vanishing from sight to become part of his strength. Yang Kai had the wood element power stemming from the essence of the immortal tree. as well as a very pure dragon clan bloodline flowing in his body. Therefore, his regenerative abilities were incredible and his wounds healed very quickly. For this reason, the blood light scripture affected him the least. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. It was hard to say exactly how much vitality they lost in such a short period, but their complexions were now extremely pale. Nevertheless, nobody retreated after things had come this far. That was because all three of them knew that only one side would survive the battle today. The slightest negligence or sign of weakness could bring about an irreversible and catastrophic outcome. Kill! Yang Kai's roar reverberated throughout the grand hall as his spear stabbed forward and space principles fluctuated wildly. The spear disregarded the barriers of space and stabbed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's head even though he was standing 1,000 meters away. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes and lifted his hands to push out a wall of blood chi. There was a loud explosion and Yang Kai was sent flying by the impact. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was also thrown backwards. He spun lightly in midair and landed on the ground, glaring at Yang Kai with deep hatred as he viciously snarled, "Just you wait, Junior. Once this monarch replenishes his strength, he will return to fight you again." After saying that, he turned around and shot a blast of light behind him. Yang Kai felt his heart jump in horror as he witnessed this. He hurriedly stopped his body from flying backward any further and shouted, "Stop him! He's trying to escape." How could Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang dare to hold back upon hearing those words? They quickly unleashed their secret techniques at Black Crow Divine Monarch, but the latter simply ignored them. He forcefully took on the brunt of their divine abilities, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood while his back was turned into a bloody mess. In the meantime, there was a loud rumbling sound and the gates that had been closed all this while opened all of a sudden. Before the gates even finished opening, Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a bloodlight and rushed out. Yang Kai and the two others felt their hearts freezing in fear at the sight. It had to be said that hundreds or even thousands of cultivators were gathered on the three islands, the Blood Lake and the lakeshore outside the Grand Hall. With a heaven-defying evil art like the Bloodlight Scripture, Black Crow Divine Monarch would only need to kill a few people and devour their vitality to recover completely. How were the three of them supposed to fight him if that happened? "The gates have opened!" An exclamation suddenly sounded from outside the Grand Hall. It was obvious that more people had arrived at the palace in the middle of the lake while the three of them had been battling Black Crow Divine Monarch inside. It was just that the gates had been firmly shut so they could not enter. Now that the gates had opened so suddenly, it was only natural for them to be pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Yang Kai quickly gave chase with his spear in hand. He had only taken a few steps when he heard several short screams coming from outside the palace. By the time he rushed out of the Grand Hall, 3 corpses were lying at the entrance of the Grand Hall. They had died a miserable death and all the vitality from their bodies had been sucked out, leaving them as little more than withered husks. The cultivators who could arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake were the elite amongst the elite. However, who among them could withstand the assault of Black Crow Divine Monarch, especially when he was essentially launching a sneak attack? They were immediately killed on the spot. Yang Kai suddenly felt as though his eyes were about to pop. An intense feeling of danger enveloped him. He looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch running across the Blood Lake. There were several cultivators cautiously making their way across the Blood Lake. They seemed to be heading towards the palace in the middle of the lake. Upon sensing the commotion in front, they looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch traveling towards them in the opposite direction. All of them were shocked. After all, the Blood Lake only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. Somebody had tried to retreat earlier only to end up dying on the spot. So why was this person completely unscathed? Just as they were puzzling over this question, Black Crow Divine Monarch lifted his hand and shot out several rays of blood light. These cultivators were already walking on thin ice in the first place, and most of their concentration was used to maintain the circulation of the blood light scripture. Thus, they were completely powerless to resist these attacks. The blood light reached them in an instant and enveloped them completely. A dense blood mist leaked out of the bodies of those cultivators who were enveloped by the blood light at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. All the blood essence in their bodies flowed out quickly, and when the blood light returned to Black Crow Divine Monarch, Those cultivators who had been turned into mummified corpses fell into the blood lake. Zhou, how dare you steal the blood essence of others? You will definitely suffer the heaven's wrath for committing such evil and despicable acts. Somebody who probably knew Zhou roared furiously. Black Crow Divine Monarch was naturally unmoved. He simply waved a hand in that direction, shooting a ray of blood light at that person who in turn roared furiously and summoned his artifact to fight back. Run! That isn't Zhou. It's a divine monarch who seized his body to revive himself. He's not an enemy you can fight. Xianxia circulated his strength to his throat and shouted so that his voice was transmitted clearly across the entire surroundings. Everybody was shocked and horrified. At that moment, several others fell to the attacks of Black Crow Divine Monarch. They lost all the vitality in their bodies and perished. The rest of the cultivators became terrified upon witnessing that sight. The cultivators on the third island hurriedly got up and rushed towards the shore when they saw Black Crow Divine Monarch heading straight towards them. There had been a restriction placed on the blood lake that only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. However, Black Crow Divine Monarch was currently safe and sound while running in the opposite direction. It gave them a glimmer of hope, and sure enough, they discovered that the restriction had lost effect at some point in time when they tried to retreat to the shore. It was most likely because the palace in the middle of the lake had been opened. For a time, all the cultivators on the first and second islands all turned around and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, the people who were gathered on the shore scattered far away, keeping a distance that could ensure their absolute safety. Black Crow Divine Monarch stopped in the middle of the blood lake and turned around to glare at Xianxia hatefully. Junior, I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces for ruining my good deed. If possible, he would not have exposed his identity. He would have preferred to silently possess and replace a person so that he could slowly take his time to cultivate and reach the heights he once achieved in his past life. Unfortunately, his attempt at possession had failed. Moreover, he was forced by Xianxia and the others to reveal himself in order to replenish his strength. His secret could no longer be kept hidden at this point. It was conceivable that countless masters would hunt him down as soon as he left the blood monster cave heaven. Black Crow Divine Monarch, do you dare to fight me? Xianxia lifted his spear and pointed forward, shouting with his arms raised. If I leave this old dog alone, he will only become stronger and stronger in the future. If I want to kill him, I have to do it now. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. Why do I have to fear? Junior, just stay there obediently. This monarch will deal with you later. After saying that, he suddenly raised both his arms. The gigantic blood lake seemed to be lifted by some kind of force, and the surface of the lake that had remained calm all this while suddenly began to churn violently, gurgling and bubbling as though it was boiling. When the bubbles burst open, they released dense blood chi. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss that continuously devoured the blood chi. Xianxia felt his entire body going cold with fear. The blood lake was definitely something Blood Monster Divine Monarch prepared for his inheritance disciple after all. There was no point in inheriting his Blood Dao inheritance and cultivating the Bloodlight scripture if one did not have enough vitality. That was why he prepared this blood lake in advance. Xianxia had not given much thought to this matter before, so it was not until this moment that he understood. All the water in the blood lake was formed from genuine fresh blood. Just how many people were sacrificed to fill such a large blood lake? As expected, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good or kind man either. Black Crow Divine Monarch was unstoppable now. Having devoured all the vitality contained within the blood lake, his aura increased to new heights. Not only were his injuries from before completely healed, but he also experienced a huge boost in strength. His strength had reached a level where it was simply impossible to resist. Let's meet again in the future, Pei Wenxian immediately shouted at the sight. Turning around, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and fled in a certain direction. He traveled across several dozen kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that he was very clever indeed. He knew that nobody here was Black Crow Divine Monarch's equal in terms of strength. Furthermore, the first thing Black Crow Divine Monarch would do once he finished devouring the blood lake was to come after Xianxia. The old fart had suffered so badly at Xianxia's hands after all. It was only natural for him to take his revenge against him. Knowing all of this, why would Pei Wenxian continue to stick around with Yang Kai? Yang Kai was so vexed that his teeth nearly cracked from grinding together. However, he did not dare to delay either. He grabbed Chu Huashang by the arm and shouted, "Let's go!" With a flicker of his figure, he chased after Pei Wenxian, and it didn't take long before the cloud of black smoke appeared in his field of vision. Pei Wenxian turned around and nearly spat blood at the sight. "You bastard! Why are you chasing after me? We are unrelated to each other. Mind your own business and go your own separate ways." Yang Kai did not stop moving. Space principles fluctuated and he arrived in front of Pei Wenxian with Chu Huashang in tow. "Brother Pei, you and I have faced life and death together. We wouldn't have gotten to know each other otherwise. I admire your abilities greatly, Brother Pei. Senior Sister Chu is currently in poor condition, so I need to bring her somewhere to treat her injuries first. I'll have to trouble you to delay Black Crow Divine Monarch for a little while." After having said his piece, space principles fluctuated in consecutive motions and Yang Kai vanished out of Pei Wenxian's field of vision. Pei Wenxian couldn't help cursing out loud. He had also attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch back at the Grand Hall, and although his attacks were not as damaging as Yang Kai's due to his lack of strength, there was no denying that he had participated. If Black Crow Divine Monarch came chasing in this direction and caught sight of him, the former would not go easy on him. Hence, he had been counting on Yang Kai to buy him some time to escape. Who could have known that Yang Kai would have the same idea? It truly was a case of karmic consequences. He reaped what he sowed. The black smoke halted abruptly, revealing Pei Wenxian's figure. He did not dare to flee in the same direction as Yang Kai. Therefore, he could only turn and flee in a different direction. At the same time, he fervently prayed in his heart that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not come and cause trouble for him. His identity token had been destroyed, and although he did not fear encountering anybody else, Black Crow Divine Monarch was not somebody he could contend against with his strength alone. He had not escaped far when he detected a bloody stench in the wind coming from behind him. Turning back to look behind him, Pei Wenxian was instantly stricken with terror. In the direction of the blood lake, he could see a blood cloud flying close to the ground and heading in this direction at a high speed. Moreover, there was a large face within the blood cloud. It looked so ferocious that it was absolutely horrifying. The mouth that was opened wide roared continuously, as though intending to devour the world itself. The blood cloud traveled extremely quickly and arrived within several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. That face was glaring intently in the direction that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had fled just now. Thus, Pei Wenxian secretly rejoiced. The thought had only just crossed his mind when the face suddenly turned to glance in this direction. It was just a passing glance, but Pei Wenxian immediately felt the sense of crisis looming over him. The face opened its mouth and a blood arrow shot out, slicing through the void and arriving in front of Pei Wenxian in an instant. The bloodlight immediately filled his vision, so he did not hesitate to bite his tongue and spray out a mouthful of blood essence. The demon chi in his body simultaneously surged violently. He had only just finished this when the blood arrow enveloped him. There was a huge explosion and the entire world seemed to shatter from the impact. An enormous pit in the ground appeared out of nowhere and dust flew everywhere. It was not until half a day later that a subtle movement stirred the dirt inside the deep pit in the ground. A large hand dug out of the earth and immediately after that, a bloody figure climbed out of the pit. He lay weakly on the ground, facing the sky without moving, his aura extremely weak. Who else could it be but Pei Wenxian? If an ordinary cultivator were in his shoes, they would not have any chance of surviving the attack. The only ending waiting for them was a death so tragic that not even their bones would be left. It was fortunate that he was a core disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven and his heritage was extremely rich, so he managed to survive after exhausting all his methods and strength. Although he managed to survive, he was heavily injured as a result. It was impossible for him to fight anybody else with these injuries, not unless he recuperated for a month or two first. However, the blood monster cave heaven was filled with dangers, so where would he find a safe place to recuperate from his injuries? There was a high chance that he would be eaten by the monster beasts here before he could recover. Thus, he cursed in his heart, "Yang Kai, you bastard! If I survive this ordeal, I will definitely get my revenge on you one day." On the other side, Yang Kai was busy fleeing for his life. At some point, he had placed Chu Huashang into the small sealed world so she could treat her injuries. It was not the seductress' first time entering the small sealed world anyway, as she had entered it once before when leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. With the help of space principles, Yang Kai was second to none when it came to escaping. He even managed to escape from a sixth-order open heaven realm master like the proprietress for a time in the past. What was Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had only just possessed Zhou Yi in comparison? No matter how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was, he was limited by Zhou Yi's physical body, hence, the strength that he could exert was also limited. Half a day later, Yang Kai fled so far that Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. He hid inside a cave in one of the mountains, sitting cross-legged to rest. At the same time, he used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world to check on Chu Huashang's condition. Chu Huashang was quite badly injured. First, she was affected by dissonance in her cultivation from cultivating the false bloodlight scripture. Then, she was wounded countless times and had most of her vitality devoured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. For that reason, her aura was currently very weak. It was fortunate that her life was not in danger, and she only needed to recuperate for several days to recover fully. After confirming that Chu Huashang was all right, Yang Kai withdrew his mind from the small sealed world. The fact that there was another divine monarch inside the blood monster cave heaven was probably something nobody had ever expected. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life by possessing another. The various cave heavens and paradises would not ignore this situation once the information spread to the outside. Black Crow Divine Monarch was bound to face all sorts of troubles when the blood monster cave heaven closed. In the worst case, he might even be hunted down by numerous masters. Whether or not he could keep himself safe at the time was an unknown variable. It stood to reason that he would not have the excess energy to deal with Yang Kai at that time. In other words, Yang Kai had to make sure that he could safely escape from the blood monster cave heaven. Fortunately, the blood monster cave heaven was very large, so as long as he remained careful, it would not be difficult to avoid meeting Black Crow Divine Monarch. Just as that thought came to mind though, Yang Kai felt his heart jump in fright. An inexplicable chill suddenly flooded his body, and he did not hesitate to push his space principles and vanish from the spot. At the same moment that his figure vanished out of sight, two blood snakes suddenly lunged out from their hiding places. These two blood snakes were very well hidden, and it was not until they made their move that they revealed a trace of their aura. If Yang Kai had not reacted so swiftly, he would have fallen prey to the attack just now. Consequently, the blood snakes bit into nothing but air. Following that, they transformed into blood and the cave was instantly filled with an extremely unpleasant stench. Even the ground was corroded into a deep pit. Yang Kai turned around to look behind him and gave a horrified exclamation. Black Crow Divine Monarch. Somewhere no more than 30 kilometers away, a blood cloud entered his vision. Moreover, there was a lifelike face in the middle of the blood cloud. It was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch. Sensing the space principle's fluctuations, Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately turned to look in this direction with an evil grin. I found you, boy. While saying that, a portion of his blood chi turned into a large hand that came crashing down on Yang Kai. The sky instantly darkened and all the light was quickly obscured as a result. After his palm slammed down on Yang Kai, he frowned slightly because Yang Kai had made a swift escape and disappeared with a flash of his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch was filled with hatred. This brat is extremely proficient in the Tao of space. How troublesome! Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kai was also feeling extremely annoyed at the moment. I believe I ran far enough. How did Black Crow Divine Monarch find me? Could it be that he left some sort of soul mark on me? Is that why he can track my whereabouts? If that's the case, it would explain how he managed to rush here so quickly. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai investigated his knowledge sea and body, but despite checking every corner of himself thoroughly, he did not find anything. Thus he scowled fiercely. In an attempt to confirm his conjecture, Yang Kai escaped to a location that was even further away and secretly hid himself. That was not all. He also summoned the shadowless veil and covered himself with it. The shadowless veil was something that could even fool the perception of a mid-rank open heaven realm master who was not actively searching for him. Although it had its limits, it was still an amazing treasure. In less than 6 hours though, Xianxia saw a blood cloud rushing through the sky from the distant horizon at high speed. Black Crow Divine Monarch shouted from afar before he even arrived, "Boy, cease your futile resistance. You will never escape from this monarch, even if you flee to the ends of the world." Xianxia was furious and was now certain that Black Crow Divine Monarch had placed some sort of mark on him. Otherwise, how could the latter accurately determine his whereabouts twice? It was just that he had no idea what kind of mark it was, so he had no way of removing it. Xianxia initially planned to avoid the old dog until the blood monster cave heaven closed, as everything would be over after that. Unfortunately, it would seem that he was far too naive. In that case, he could only go all out and fight. This time around, he would not have Chu Huashang or Pei Wenxian with him. It would literally be a one-on-one battle. Xianxia remained hidden from view. Judging by the first time his whereabouts were exposed, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not determine his precise location despite the mark on his body, and only had a general idea of his location. Otherwise, Black Crow Divine Monarch would not have used those blood snakes to search for him. Xianxia's conjecture turned out to be correct. It didn't take long for the blood cloud to arrive within 10 kilometers of Xianxia's vicinity. The large face glanced about the surroundings for a while before its gaze fixed on the spot where Xianxia was located. The blood cloud trembled slightly as numerous blood snakes emerged and immediately disappeared out of sight after landing on the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch then shouted, "Brat, don't say this monarch did not give you any chance. Although you embarrassed this monarch greatly, it does not change the fact that this monarch appreciates your abilities. I will spare your life if you come forward on your own initiative. Refuse, and it will be difficult for you to survive once this monarch captures you." Xianxia turned a deaf ear to those words. This guy relentlessly chased me for over 10,000 kilometers just to kill me. Who would believe him when he utters such nonsense at this time? Chi chi chi. A series of noises came from Xianxia's surroundings. It was the slithering sounds of countless blood snakes moving around. Just listening to those sounds made one's scalp tingle in fear. Xianxia, who was in hiding, could even discern clearly that the countless blood snakes were forming an extremely large net as they swept towards him like a blanket. At this rate, his location would be exposed once they reached his hiding spot.